Hey, hello. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you for being here. We are going to call this meeting to order. Clunk, clunk. And I will pass it to our clerk for roll call.
Supervisor Connell.
Present.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record show all board members are present.
Great. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe we have Rochelle Soto here to lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Rochelle, anything you want to share about what's happening at the health department?
Admin specialist to the director's office, Dr. Cullen, in the health department. My time here in the health department has been an extraordinary experience. Our services are incredibly broad, ranging from numerous outreach programs to our clinical services that we provide. And witnessing the impact of this work has been truly inspiring. It has been a pleasure to work alongside our leadership team. As someone who has been in this role for nearly 2 years, I find this work both meaningful and impactful. I am truly appreciative of the dedication and the effort I see behind the scenes, especially as we prepare and move documents forward to you, the Board of Supervisors. One of the highlights of my role has been authoring our health department newsletter. Through it, I share resources, information, upcoming events, and more. I've also introduced a word of the week, a small addition that I personally find rewarding. I'd love to share one with you today. This week's word is Fargo, a noun meaning a confusing mixture. Sometimes life hands us a Fargo, a swell of experiences that may feel chaotic at first, but within that mixture, there is often unexpected clarity. Embracing that Fargo can reveal resilience, wisdom, and opportunities we might otherwise overlook. Thank you, Chair Allen and Board of Supervisor members.
Thank you. I would next like to invite Nora Navarro Hernandez, CEO of Casa de los Niños, who is going to read the land acknowledgement statement.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm Nora, and I have the pleasure of reading the acknowledgement tonight. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you. And how are things at Casa de los Niños?
Thank you for allowing me to tell you a little bit about that. Well, we've been serving our community for over 50 years. I'm so honored to be at the helm of that amazing organization. We provide prevention, intervention, and treatment services to our community. That includes high quality, evidence-based services. We are centers of excellence in behavioral health, in birth to 5 services. We provide free parenting classes to our community. We provide foster and adoption services. We were the first crisis center in the nation. Our founder, Sister Kathleen Clark, was a nurse and a nun, and she founded Casa de los Niños because of all the unfortunate child abuse cases she was seeing in the hospital. And I'd like to share with you that we serve the most vulnerable in our community. We've continued to provide excellent services. And I'd share a personal story. If it wasn't for supports and services that I received as a young girl, I would not be here today. The services that we provide are so instrumental to our community. I can't tell you how many times I've had somebody come up to me and say, "You work for Casa de los Niños?" Casa de los Niños adopted I adopted my child there. Or, and, you saved my child's life with the services that they provided. We are a pillar in this community, and I'm so honored to be here tonight, and I'm so glad you invited me to speak about the services we provide. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is item 4, which is current events and public acknowledgements. Colleagues have anything to share? Supervisor Scott.
Chair Allen, I was pleased to join you and Governor Hobbs, Mayor Romero, Congresswoman Grijalva, Recorder Casares Kelly, and a number of other speakers at the Juneteenth celebration at the Keno Sports Complex. Very honored that for the second year in a row, Pima County hosted our community's Juneteenth celebration. And kudos to Sarah Hanna and her hardworking staff at the Keno Sports Complex, because the event was a great success and well attended.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and good evening, everyone. We will be acknowledging this very important person in just a few moments, but I wanted to officially welcome the Honorable Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords to the board hearing room. Welcome.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. We want this evening to acknowledge and show of appreciation to Dr. William Bill Matter. And it's important that my entire district, on behalf of all District 4, I'm pleased and proud to honor Dr. William Bill Matter for his 28 years of service on the Pima County Planning and Zoning Commission. Bill joined the U of A in 1978 as a professor of fisheries and wildlife conservation in the School of Natural Resources and the Environment, where he taught until his retirement in early 2017. Bill specialized in teaching and research on the ecology of aquatic systems. He served as the associate director of the school for several years and focused on advising, student services, and faculty development. Bill was first appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission in 1998 and has served 2 years as its chair. He has volunteered for the local nonprofit Youth on Their Own since 2018, and that's where he is right now conducting inventory, and that's why he couldn't be with us, and viewed his role on the Planning and Zoning Commission as another way to be of service to the community. Thank you, Bill Matter, for your long service to our Pima County community, and congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I will add that we have District 3 office hours on Thursday, June 25th in Marana at the Marana Food Bank from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We will have office hours on Tuesday, July 7th in Sahuarita that we hold at the Sahuarita Food Bank from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then on Saturday, June 11th, we have office hours in Ajo at the Escape the Heat Market. In the old Curly School gym. We will be there from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then somewhat hesitant to announce this, but it's not about me. 4th of July, I will be throwing the first pitch at the yes, it is laughable. Please do laugh. At the Keno Sports Complex for our Diamonds in the Sky event. This is a Sun Belt College League baseball game followed by a big fireworks display. The event is free, so please come, bring your family. You are encouraged to bring either a non-perishable item that gets donated to the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona or make a $1 donation to the food bank. And, Yeah, I'll be there throwing a pitch. Oh, but much thanks. The key part here. Much thanks to Sarah Hanna, director of the Stadium District, and Blake Egan, who is a former minor league baseball pitcher who is trying to teach me how to throw a baseball. And we will see if it makes it from one mound to the other mound. That says a lot about what I know. So, with that, I will pass it over to the clerk for agenda adjustments.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 10, item 35, this is under elections, election board worker appointments. And on the addendum agenda, page 2, item 6, under elections, update to 2026 primary election vote center location. These items will be heard at a time certain of 6:15. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 2, under Board of Supervisors, maintaining adult basic education funding in Pima County Adult Detention Center. Supervisor Hines requests this item be heard at a time certain of 6:45. On page 2, item 8, under Recorder, 2026 primary election, additional early ballot drop-off sites and emergency voting locations. This item will be heard at a time certain of 6:30. And on page 3, item 10, under Contract and Award, Economic Development, the Chamber of Southern Arizona, Amendment Number 1. This item will be heard at a time certain of 7 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 6. This is a presentation of a proclamation to the Honorable Gabrielle Giffords, co-founder, Joni Jones, board president, Kim Olson, executive director, and Clara McNamara, clinical director for Friends of Aphasia, proclaiming the month of June 2026 to be National Aphasia Awareness Month. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Kano. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. And Supervisor Kano, would you like to present? And
Do we stand behind? This angle. All right. Come on. Yes. Please, please, please. Please, please, please. New furniture. Yeah. There's plenty of right there behind us. Come on in. Okay. The proclamation is as followed. Whereas aphasia is a communication impairment that affects the ability to express and understand language, often resulting from damage to the left hemisphere of the brain, most commonly caused by a stroke or brain injury. And whereas aphasia can impact an individual's ability to speak, write, and understand language, yet does not affect their intellect. And whereas, according to the National Aphasia Association, aphasia affects over 2 million people in the United States. Yet 85% of the public is unaware of what aphasia is, leading to unnecessary isolation for those affected. And whereas Friends of Aphasia is dedicated to educating the public about aphasia, promoting research and supporting individuals with aphasia and their families to help them regain communication skills and minimize the impact of this disorder. And whereas by naming aphasia clearly and publicly, we can reduce stigma, promote communication access, and empower individuals with aphasia to fully participate in their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of June 2026 to be National Aphasia Awareness Month in Tucson, Arizona, and urges all residents to recognize the needs of those with aphasia and to support efforts that facilitate their communication, participation, and quality of life, passed and adopted this 23rd day of June. Congratulations. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah. We are so grateful that you're here on behalf of the board and the administration. Would anyone like to say anything?
Just thank you for recognizing that this is a need. And thank you, Gabby, for recognizing it 8 years ago and starting this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. We're so excited to have you here. We'll take the photo. Oh, we're going to turn.
All right. We are now moving on to call to the public. This is item number 7. I want to flag a couple things. So we also have a lot of hearings today. So I just want to make sure that people who have completed the correct card. So if you're here to speak at call to the public, complete the green card. Green card. If you are here to speak to one of the hearings, that is a yellow card that will be called upon later. I'm also just flagging, we have 13 speakers. The rule is that if there are, I think it's less than 20 speakers, people get 3 minutes. Once we exceed 20, it shifts to 2 minutes each. So we will be at 3 minutes each speaker. And now I'll read the guidelines. So, people attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who become boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations should not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. So I will call out the first 3 speakers. And if you're called out, we have reserved this front row for folks to come up so that we can kind of move through speakers quickly. So first is going to be Trista DiGenova, who will be joining us telephonically. Then it will be Lori Kierstead Joseph and Libby Howe will be our first 3 speakers. Ms. DiGenova, I don't know if you're available on the phone.
Hi there, Board. I understand that each of you has received a copy of my proposed resolution calling for the return of my service dog, Dr. Baker. I respectfully ask this Board to place that resolution on the agenda for a vote. I also urge you to authorize an independent investigation into what I allege happened to me, my family, and my animals 2 years ago. I was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal record, yet I allege that Sheriff Nanos authorized an approximately 60-person military-style operation on my property that lasted nearly 12 hours and cost Pima taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. During that operation, my prize-winning flock and my medical service dog, Dr. Baker, were seized, an outrageous, unnecessary, and tragic abuse of government power. This is now the 14th time I have asked this board to act. So far, it has refused to do so. If you want accountability in Pima County, write me in on November 6th. For District 5 of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, if elected, I will work to ensure that public officials are held accountable for misconduct and negligence, including matters involving the Nancy Guthrie investigation, with ridiculous level of incompetence, with the only arrest being that of streamers. No doubt doing a better job sleuthing than these Keystone cops, whom I've dissected their misconduct in my case in my documentary, Watching the Detective, which I'm submitting to film festivals around the world. I also invite the board and members of the public to watch my other documentary, my 28 minutes documentary showing the condition of my animals in the days before the August 2023 raid. And my documentary, Watching the Detective, of course, which I post all over social media every damn day. These documentaries present the evidence I have gathered and explain why I believe my constitutional and civil rights were violated. And that means your constitutional and civil rights were violated too, Pima County voters. Every day I post documents, photographs, videos, and other evidence on social media so the public can review the facts for themselves. And YouTube board, I further allege that Detective Noon obtained a search warrant without probable cause based on hearsay, and that Noon, Sergeant Rohr, and Pack Officer Clarissa Leva-Conyas prepared false and defamatory reports that were then used to justify criminal charges against me. Fabricate them, in fact. I further allege that photographs taken weeks after the seizure of my animals were used to create a misleading record while the animals were already in government custody. At the time of these events, I was also an independent candidate for Pima County Sheriff. I believe the public deserves to ask difficult questions about whether politics played any role in what happened. I also remind the board that Sheriff Nanos previously demoted his political opponent, Heather Lappin, and has faced criticism over the handling of reports by female deputies alleging sexual misconduct by other officers. These are matters that deserve transparency and accountability, and this board has given none of those so far. This board has a legal and moral responsibility to oversee the county agencies. Ignoring serious allegations is not oversight. Silence is not accountability. And by the way, I have sent the board a resolution for you to vote on demanding the release of...
That would be time. Our next speaker is Lori Kierstead Joseph. Apologies for the mispronunciations.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lori Kierstead Joseph, and I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Adult Basic Education at Pima Community College. And I'm here today to speak in support of Addendum Item Number 2. Approving this funding would allow us to continue providing adult ed classes and GED testing at the Pima County Jail, a successful partnership that has lasted and we've proudly maintained for more than 35 years. The data behind this program is undeniable. Correctional education reduces recidivism, increases post-release employment, and saves taxpayers $4 to $5 in incarceration costs for every single dollar invested. Just this past year, we served over 240 incarcerated individuals in our program and administered more than 150 GED subtests with an incredible pass rate of about 80%. We recently met with Sheriff Nanos. He praised our educators, stating that his decision to end this contract was driven strictly by budget constraints, and he expressed his support for the continuation of the program should outside funding be secured. The success of this program is thanks to our highly qualified instructors. Adult learners who have not yet finished high school often did not have the most positive educational experiences in the past, and many have struggled with learning disabilities. Adult learners need more than access to tablets with educational apps. They need expert guidance and support. Ultimately, this program, it plants a seed, helping learners believe in themselves again and motivating them to follow the motivation that follows them beyond the jail and onto our PCC campuses. One such student who began his studies in our jail classes, we'll call him Alex, re-enrolled in PCC last fall after his release. He's already passed 2 GED subtests, completed a Google Applied Digital Skills certificate, and he's continuing on with his studies. Alex is proof that this program works. I'm grateful for this board's consideration of Addendum Item Number 2, which is needed to keep this impactful and cost-saving program alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Libby Howell, and then after Libby Howell, we will hear from Christine Hill, Eric Rodiger, and Jennifer Stongley.
Good evening. I'm Libby Howe. I'm the Executive Director of Community and Government Relations for Pima Community College, and I'm here to speak in favor of county funding for PCC's Adult Basic Ed program at the County Detention Center. In the time that I've worked for the college, I have become one of the biggest fans, so warning, I'm subject to boisterous bursts of enthusiasm, for our program, our Adult Basic Ed for College and Career. Adult Ed equips adults with the knowledge and skills necessary to effectively participate as citizens, as workers, as parents, and members of the community. Sometimes those folks don't finish high school because life slams them in the face. And sometimes they don't finish high school because they made bad choices. And they need a new beginning. And in some respects, the GED program at the jail is more about beginnings than endings. It gives those inmate learners a chance to start on new paths. National data shows that those inmates who receive ABE services are less likely to recidivate. And in fact, according to the U.S. Department of Labor, this success applies even to short-term facilities such as jails, as opposed to prisons. Our program has partnered with the county for more than 30 years. But let me give you more recent data. In the last 3 years, we've served over 700 learners, and 400 of them have completed and passed at least one of the 5 subjects required to get their GED. We're very proud of that record. And not only do we provide qualified instructors, as Lori mentioned, who teach the GED courses, but we used to be able to give employability workshops, which teach workers skills. Once again, according to the Department of Labor, inmates who receive employability skills range from 13 to 25% more likely to find and keep a job once released. We hope at some point we'll be able to begin those workshops again. So thank you all very much for your interest in this issue, and we look forward to working more with the Sheriff's Department and restoring this program for the next fiscal year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Hill.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and supervisor members. My name is Christine Hill, and I am currently the Interim Executive Director at JobPath. I want to provide a brief update for you and thank Pima County for its partnership and investment. Our team prioritizes being good stewards of public funding. This year, JobPath served 278 Pima County residents and has worked to strengthen our collaboration with Pima County's Community and Workforce Development Team. Through monthly meetings, we have created a more coordinated approach to referrals and co-enrolled participants. We've developed a shared referral tracking system that allows us to monitor outreach efforts, coordinate communication, and ensure that no potential participant falls through the cracks. This partnership is making both organizations more effective and more accountable, and ultimately helping more students succeed. Students like Crystal, who was a co-enrolled student with both JobPath and One Stop. She completed her RN program at Pima in December, started working for Northwest Hospital, making $37 an hour. This spring, she bought a house and joined JobPath's board of directors. Like many organizations in Pima County, JobPath has experienced leadership and organizational change this year, with our board working to identify the best path forward. We are currently engaged in discussions for JobPath to be acquired by a highly respected organization whose leadership has a strong track record in Pima County. While these conversations are not yet public, I can share that our team is genuinely excited about this opportunity and that it will strengthen JobPath's long-term sustainability. This afternoon, I respectfully ask that you, that you approve Administrator Lesher's recommendation for job path funding in fiscal year 27. Your support will continue to transform lives and will work to advance the Prosperity Initiative goals that we all share in Pima County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aaron Rodiger. Or something like that.
It is a hard last name, so you're perfectly fine. It's Rodiger. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and Supervisors. My name is Erin Rodiger, and I am a resident of District 2. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the Item 31, Protecting Youth Through Tobacco Retail Licensing. As someone born and proud to call Pima County home, who is also a health advocate, I'm excited for the opportunity, and the community is taking this important step toward licensing tobacco retailers and protecting our kids. Ensuring that retailers are not selling addictive, deadly tobacco products to youth is simply common sense. Early access to tobacco is driving today's youth tobacco epidemic. In fact, nearly 75% of underage youth who have attempted to buy tobacco were not refused sales. Strong tobacco retail licensing helps address this issue by holding both retailers and the tobacco industry accountable for violations of tobacco control laws. Licensing allows local officials to know where tobacco products are being sold and strengthens oversight through regular compliance checks. The fees collected from retailers fund these enforcement efforts and ensuring can be carried out without additional costs to taxpayers. The benefits of TRL become evident when there is adequate enforcement, including annual compliance checks on retailers. Local TRL policies with strong enforcement measures lead to lower rates of youth tobacco use. Passing a tobacco retail license is an investment in health and well-being of our community. TRLs are an effective tool to reduce illegal sales, support responsible business practices, and ultimately lessen the long-term burden on our healthcare system. I urge you to support this item and look forward to engaging with you as you consider this vital public health policy in the coming months. Thank you for your dedication and community to serving our health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jennifer Stongley.
Good afternoon, Chair Allen and council members. My name is Jennifer Stingley. I'm a proud resident of District Number 1. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on item 31 regarding youth protection through the tobacco licensing and taking for this important first step in a countywide approach. I'd like to begin by recognizing our shared commitment to health, safety, and the future of young people and families who call our community home. Across our neighborhoods, parents, educators, and community leaders are increasingly concerned about the rise in youth nicotine use, particularly flavored e-cigarettes. These products can be especially appealing to young people, and in most cases, access remains easier than it should be. 1 in 6 middle school and high school students can obtain e-cigarettes from vape shops. 1 in 10 from gas stations and convenience stores. That tells us that something is not working. It highlights an important opportunity for us to strengthen protections in a thoughtful and equitable way. Tobacco retail licensing is a practical and proven approach. It helps communities better understand where products are sold, supports fair and consistent enforcement of existing laws, and promotes responsible retail practices. Most importantly, on prevention, it helps us reduce youth access before harmful habits are formed. This effort is not about singling out any businesses. It's about a partnership and a shared responsibility. We are supporting those who already operate with integrity while ensuring that all retailers are held to the same responsible and clear standards that protect our community. I respectfully and firmly urge you to take a decisive action by advancing and implementing a comprehensive tobacco licensing program without delay. This is an opportunity to honor our responsibility to protect our youth, to support our families, and to strengthen the well-being of everyone in our community. Together, the decisions made can shape healthier futures for the next generation. Let this moment be the moment we choose prevention, accountability, and lasting protection for our youth. Thank you so much for your leadership and your time today.
Thank you. Our next three speakers in this order will be Brian, I'm going to go with Hummel or something like that, Aaron Streeter, and Joanna Struther.
Thank you. You nailed it, Madam Chair. Brian Hummel. I'm the Arizona Director of Government Relations for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. That's an organization that the American Cancer Society formed 25 years ago to do advocacy work like this at the local, state, and federal level. You've heard from the previous speakers, the previous two speakers from the Heart Association volunteers about the item on item 31 on the agenda. I was here back in 2019 when this was attempted, and I think it's important to highlight some pretty key points. They're generally pretty boring, but they're critically important to making sure that a tobacco retail license will work. So we want to make sure that a true tobacco retail license has the correct definitions, that we are correctly defining these products, that the enforcement mechanisms are in place to truly do enforcement, and that the resources are available to do that enforcement. So if we create a structure like that, we can fully implement an ordinance that will work to provide the proper regulation around these dangerous addictive products. And as we did 7 years ago, ACS CAN very much stands ready to work with you all, the staff, to participate in the public process to ensure that a strong public health-based ordinance is passed in Pima County. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Streeter.
Chair Allen and members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Aaron Streeter, and I'm the Arizona Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. I'm here to speak on item 31, protecting youth through tobacco retail licensing. The American Heart Association appreciates the board's leadership and interest in establishing a tobacco retail license, or TRL, to help keep dangerous tobacco and nicotine products out of the hands of youth. Pima County needs a comprehensive and enforceable framework that prioritizes health. This means adopting a county-wide TRL that licenses all retailers selling all tobacco and nicotine products. It should include graduated penalties for violations, starting with fines, then license suspension, and ultimately revocation for repeat offenses, paired with regular and unannounced compliance checks to deter illegal sales. A strong TRL should also include a fee structure to support enforcement, ensuring compliance checks are conducted consistently and effectively to prevent youth access. Opponents of TRL will state that establishing this license is burdensome. However, while TRL may introduce some fees and regulations for business owners, it helps ensure that dangerous tobacco products are sold responsibly and kept out of the hands of children. These regulations are crucial for preventing youth tobacco use and reducing long-term health costs associated with smoking-related diseases. Effective TRL programs also support crime prevention and community health by reducing illegal sales and promoting responsible business practices. Overall, TRL is a necessary step to safeguard our communities from the dangers of tobacco. We urge the board to adopt a comprehensive tobacco retail license that fully protects youth and ensures strong enforceable standards across Pima County. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Joanna Struther.
And you said it perfectly. Hi, Chair Ellen, members. My name is Joanna Struther. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. We too are also in support of Agenda Item 31, and as a public health organization, we know that tobacco retail marketing is strongly associated with smoking initiation, particularly for our youth. And Brian and I have been working together so long, we basically had written the same thing. So I'm not going to reiterate that, but I will just echo some of his points that I too was here in 2019. And, we try to get it across the finish line. And the reason why a comprehensive policy is so important is because when it works like that, that's when it's going to keep the products out of the hands of our youth. So I really just urge you to, I'm new at this, I'm trying to go paperless. So I'm really just here to urge you to really pass a comprehensive law. Again, definition is really important, making sure that the retailer has a license and renews it annually, making sure that they are, there's annual compliance with that, so at least one check a year. And then again, those graduated penalties and a structure that includes suspension and revocation. We want to make sure that the good actors are doing their jobs, and those that are not, there's going to be, revocation for that. I have a 14-year-old myself who's now going on to high school, and I cannot tell you how much vaping is within their group, within his friends. It's all over, and schools will say it's the biggest problem they have to deal with. So we really thank you for your leadership and taking interest in this, and we, again, urge you to adopt a comprehensive tobacco retailer license. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers in this order will be Kent Blumenthal, Octavio Fuentes, and Scott Crooks, Crooksquirk? All right.
We good? Yes, ma'am. Chair Allen, members of the Board of Supervisors, and Administrator Lesher, good afternoon. My name is Kent Blumenthal. I've served on the Pima County Small Business Commission since 2015 and chair during the first 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. I am here in support of funding to outside agencies for community festivals and events, and I believe it appears in agenda items 17 and 32. These events are important cultural, educational, economic assets for our community. They attract visitors, generate tourism spending, support local restaurants, hotels, and retailers, and showcase Pima County as a vibrant place to live, work, and invest. However, public funding should be accompanied by reasonable accountability measures that ensure compliance with obligations to Pima County and with applicable Arizona and federal laws prohibiting unlawful discrimination and harassment in public settings, including Arizona's statutory definition of anti-Semitism for certain governmental purposes. Documented incidents at recent county-funded events, including Tucson Meet Yourself and the Tucson Festival of Books, involved allegations of discriminatory conduct, harassment, and anti-Semitic expression, and disruption that extended beyond peaceful protest and protected free speech. When such incidents occur, they can create legal and reputational risk for organizers and the county, and negatively affect the experience of attendees, vendors, sponsors, and visitors. That is not only bad for the event, it is bad for tourism, it is bad for local businesses, and it is bad for the Pima County's reputation. The Small Business Commission expressed concerns regarding these issues in its January 28 letter to the Board of Supervisors. I suggest a few cost-effective management practices to strengthen county oversight. First, require after-action reports from outside agencies that identify successes and challenges and significant complaints and incidences. Second, ensure that funding agreements contain language requiring compliance with applicable laws. Third, establish a formal process for county to receive, review, and respond to after-action reports. And fourth, clearly define consequences for material non-compliance with contractual obligations to Pima County. Let's keep Pima County's festivals and events safe, welcoming, economically successful, while implementing reasonable standards that promote accountability, legal compliance, and positive experiences for all participants. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Octavio Fuentes.
Good evening, Chair Allen, Supervisors, and Administrator. I'm Octavio Fuentes. I'm the Executive Director for Humane Borders, here to speak in support of item 43 on tonight's agenda. I want to acknowledge one of our board members, Fernie Quiroz, and my outreach colleague, Miranda Swan. As you all know, Humane Borders is a Tucson-based nonprofit humanitarian organization which practices its mission very intentionally as a nonpartisan organization. We partner with whoever shares our pursuit to save lives. For more than 26 years, Humane Borders has maintained permitted water stations across the remote Sonoran Desert, over 40 overall, and around 38 of them here in Pima County. Our volunteers drive those routes week after week, delivering life-saving water for anyone who could benefit from clean, drinkable water in remote locations. The provision of water to remote water stations may be the difference between life and death for someone in distress, miles from any road, and may provide a chance for that person to live long enough to be found. That work is only possible through partnerships like this. The county's support helps us keep water in the desert and keep our trucks on the road as fuel and supply costs climb. We believe the return on this investment is real. Every life we help preserve through our water station is a soul walking on this earth with us, and it's also a cost savings to Pima County, avoiding the cost of search and rescue calls, the cost of law enforcement processing the findings of human remains, the operational and long-term storage costs to our friends at the Pima Medical Examiner by avoiding cases, and most important, the social costs avoiding heartbroken family members searching for a loved one who never came home. We're proud to do this work alongside Pima County, and we don't take that partnership for granted. I'm grateful for the county administrator's recommendation to fund this contract, and I respectfully ask for your support of item 43. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Scott Crooksker.
Good evening, Chair Allen and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Scott Crooksmer, and I am here tonight on behalf of ASME Local 449, the largest public sector union in Southern Arizona, representing thousands of dedicated workers across Pima County, TUSD, Pima Community College, El Rio, and Pima Care at Home. We want to thank the board for voting to approve the Memorandum of Understanding Addendum Item Number 7. It represents a basic willingness to listen to the public servants who make this county run. However, let us be clear, the MOU is a modest preliminary step, and we have a very long way to go to build a truly functional and equal partnership. As we look at the budget challenges ahead, Pima County must reject the dangerous temptation of municipal austerity. History provides a sobering, tragic lesson of what happens when we choose this path. In the early 1930s, the Herbert Hoover administration responded to economic distress by cutting public spending and prioritizing austerity over human investment. The received wisdom of that era claimed the balancing budgets on the backs of everyday people would save the economy. Instead, it backfired catastrophically. Cutting the purchasing power of ordinary workers accelerated a deflationary spiral, directly leading to mass unemployment, widespread homelessness, maybe we can see that in our county right now, and the rise of Hoover camps and shantytowns across our union. We risk heading down a similar dangerous path if our local government continues to treat its lowest paid frontline workers as operational liabilities, to be minimized rather than as critical assets to protect. True economic resilience does not come from austerity. It comes from strategic investment. The logic behind this is backed by clear macroeconomic data. Economists widely agree that lower and middle income households have a high marginal propensity to consume, meaning they spend nearly 100% of any wage increase immediately on local necessities like groceries, fuel, and utilities. Research from the Institute of Policy Studies shows that every single dollar placed in the hands of a frontline worker generates approximately $1.21 in overall local economic activity. Furthermore, public finance studies prove that local government spending carries a powerful local income multiplier of between 1.57 and 2.4. When we pay our frontline workers fairly, those dollars do not leak out of the county. They recirculate immediately, fueling Pima County's neighborhood small businesses. This one-year memorandum of understanding is a modest beginning, but it is the first step toward transforming Pima County into a true employer of choice that attracts and retains the best talent. As we look ahead to next year's negotiations, let us reject the failed Hoover model of austerity. Let us stand together with a positive shared vision that treats worker investment as the ultimate economic stimulus for Pima County.
Thank you. And our last two speakers, first is going to be JP Salvatierra, and then it'll be followed by Danny Nee.
Chair Allen, board members, Administrator Lesher. After our last meeting that I attended here, it seems very inappropriate to overlap the study session and meeting dates and times with the city of Tucson. This disenfranchises public attendance. The last meeting's last hour, I was the only attendee. How eerie. Was very uncomfortable for everyone here. After the meeting, 3 supervisors commented among themselves at this misadventure. And I hope that you would remind yourselves that this doesn't have to happen. 3 members can change that by making a motion, having a second, and approving the change to the clerk so that these schedulings never conflict with City of Tucson Mayor and Council. Okay? On another matter, every 10 days, Tucson Electric Power repair expense is $1 million to repair over 40 downed TEP murder poles. It's all in South Tucson. This month, just 1 month. And I did an approximation on 60 employees, not including the $500 an hour high lift, and each one making $1,400 a day, and aggressively handling this 12-hour shifts. It's ridiculous. Why are we wasting money when we could be undergrounding everything and moving on with our lives and leaving TEP and Fortis? Virtual meetings serve stakeholder profits, not public attendance and vital input. And Dr. Hines, you're my representative. And unfortunately, you're the only person that I've never been able to get into a meeting with and to have a contact with. Every other individual on this board, supervisors and others, I have a more intimate relationship with. We're congenial, and I can't understand why this is not working. If this appointment has outgrown your expertise, sir, you need to move on. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Danny Nee.
Thank you, Chair Allen, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on the work and impact of Community Investment Corporation and our committed staff, several of whom are here tonight out in the back there. My name is Danny Nee, and for the past 10 years, I've had the privilege of being the executive director of CIC. At CIC, we view our work through the lens of asset building. We expand economic and educational opportunities so that more families can build stability, wealth, and a brighter future. That belief guides our work in 3 core areas: homeownership, entrepreneurship, and education. We are proud that this work has been recognized by our community. CIC was named the Tucson Metro Chamber's most impactful nonprofit in both 2020 and 2022 for our work through the pandemic. And we received the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona's Vital Nonprofit Award in 2024. Our ability to deliver impact at scale was demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic when CIC coordinated regional eviction prevention efforts that helped more than 30,000 Southern Arizonans remain housed during one of the most challenging periods in our community's history. In the last 5 years, we have supported 5,000 first-time homebuyers to access down payment assistance and mortgage credit certificates in partnership with the Pima IDA. We originated more than 200 loans totaling $5.3 million to underserved and otherwise unbankable entrepreneurs. We've developed nationally recognized character-based and community-managed lending models that have created nearly 200 local jobs, increased entrepreneurs' household income by 37%, and reduced their reliance on public assistance by more than 27%. We've supported 279 parents with the transition from preschool to kindergarten through our Countdown to Kinder program, encouraging parents to engage in their children's education from their first contact with the public school system. We've secured more than $8 million in outside funding for the benefit of Pima County residents and our economy. We've had 2 of our staff named 40 under 40. Not to be a group that sits on our laurels, this year we launched a new heirs property initiative that will help families preserve long-held homes, resolve title issues, and protect generational wealth for future generations. We believe being stewards of the community's resources is the highest calling. An independent analysis found that CIC generates $5.58 in social and economic return for every dollar invested in our work. We have worked hard to earn the community's trust and want to thank Pima County for your ongoing support. We have shown up for Pima County again and again during tough times and hope Pima County will continue to show up for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker, Wes Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen of our council, I'm here to ask you a question before I begin. The truth in taxation, what are we looking at? I haven't really got a word, and when you say you're going to have to raise taxes, can you explain why we need to raise taxes so I can go on from there? Can one of you answer that?
During call to the public, we actually can't respond to questions.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, what I was going to say is I couldn't understand why we would be needing a raise in taxes when our population has absolutely doubled here in Tucson. And a lot of the new housing, of course, is $300,000 to $500,000 houses. And that's a lot of new taxation money. And my question was, why would we be raising taxes when we've got all this new growth in Tucson? And I don't know how else to say it, but we're putting our tax out of ourselves anymore with taxes going up every time you turn around. Gas is up, this is up, everything is up. And it's harder and harder to maintain. So I wanted to know why, but you can't answer that today. So I guess I'll have to figure out why you're really raising taxes or want to raise taxes. That's all I really got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no other speakers for call to the public, then I will close call to the public. And would any board members like to do any of the following? Request staff to follow up on a matter from call to the public, request that an item be placed on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism.
Sure.
Supervisor Scott.
I wanted to thank Mr. Blumenthal for coming to speak to us tonight, and also wanted to thank him for his long record of service to the Small Business Commission. He is not the first person in the community who has approached me with concerns about behavior at 2 public events that many in attendance considered to be anti-Semitic. I would like to ask the county administrator to follow up with the organizers of both Tucson Meet Yourself and the Festival of Books to see how they have followed up with these concerns. As the county administrator knows, we received an email today from a representative of Jewish Philanthropies who said that Tucson Meet Yourself has made some great strides to address some of the concerns from last year's event. But I'd also like to know if either the Tucson Police Department Or in the case of the Festival of Books, the University of Arizona Police took any action with regard to these events. These are events that are supported by county funds, but they would move forward without county funds. We're using our attractions and tourism outside agencies process to support a large number of community events, including these two. It's not the role of the board, it's not the role of county staff to regulate speech, but I don't want anybody at any public event to feel unsafe or that their rights are being violated. So I would like to know what the organizers are doing to follow up with these concerns, and also if either the Tucson Police Department or, in the case of the Festival of Books, University of Arizona Police followed up in any way. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to echo and support Supervisor Scott's comments and urge the county administrator to work closely with Mr. Blumenthal and his points of concern, and perhaps come up with a collaborative remedy for the situation that Supervisor Scott described. Thank you.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. To the point Mr. Salvatierre made, we actually specifically discussed not conflicting with City of Tucson meetings. And after we set this meeting schedule for the second and fourth weeks of the month, I believe they adjusted their June schedules. So for just this month, we are conflicting with the City of Tucson, but that's not normally going to happen, just so you know.
Anyone else? All right. Let's see. We have some time certain items when it's 6:15:30, 6:45, 7 o'clock. I also would like to, I'll be moving up items as we can that pertain to some of you that are here. The ones that I have noted are I think there are people here for the addendum item number 1 for the treasurer. Can I see a show of hands? If that is you, please raise your hand. Okay. We have folks for regular item 42 for job path. Stick around. Yeah, there you are. AFSCME, I see the green shirts. The tobacco license, Humane Borders. Did I miss any other regular agenda items? We already have for the adult ed is time certain at 6:45. That one's already covered. So anyone else that I missed who is here for an agenda item that is not related to a hearing? Okay. Miss anything? Okay. So we are going to we are close to 6:15. Is that all right if we go ahead and talk about the vote centers? So we are going to go to regular agenda item 35 and addendum. Then we'll go to addendum item number 6. I too will need time to flip my pages there. All right. So item number 35, this is election board worker appointment. Pursuant to state statute, we approve the appointment of election board workers. No, Administrator, if you have...
Madam Chair, members of the board, Election Director Hargrove is here if you have questions, but we'll simply respond to any questions you might have.
All right. Well, then I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. So now we're going to flip to addendum item number 6. This is an update to the 2026 primary election vote center location. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion?
If I may, real quickly, I'm just pleased to see a second early drop box going into Saurita, which is in my district. That's great. So thank you to the recorder for making that happen.
Any other discussion? Then all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Scott.
while we're on the addendum and referring to Supervisor Hines's comments, could we also consider item number 8?
Yes. That was our 6:30, so I am.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. It was where we would go. Oh,
Oh, is the recorder coming for that one? I apologize. I forgot that.
that's right. We'll get right to it at 6:30.
right.
You're
Thank
just
you.
seeing the future. Let's go ahead and take addendum item number 7. This is the MOU with AFSCME. Okay. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines.
Chair Allen.
Any discussion?
Don't we need to approve the item and the 2 additions recommended by the county administrator?
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So if you wanted to amend your motion.
So I will amend my motion that we approve the MOU with the 2 additions from the county administrator.
Still second.
Seconded again by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I will be supporting the MOU in full recognition that this was a unanimous vote by the parties involved. I'm a bit concerned about the stability of this being a 1-year document. Prior versions have been a longer duration, and ultimately, I know that in the coming months we will have that conversation with our partners in labor about what kind of revisions to the MOU we'd like to see next year. So I'm kind of seeing it as the glass half full approach, in that we've got a lot of work and honest conversations to have with AFSCME and with our county administration and this committee to be able to advance the priorities of our working families and our employees. Thank you.
Chair, if I may just to correct the record, the changes are recommended by PCAO and they are included in the additional material.
Do I need to re-motion for that, or was that sufficient?
I think that's sufficient.
Any further discussion? I would also like to thank the union and the administration for working together to develop this MOU. I think there is entities. I think the county is stronger because of the union and having an effective union. It is an arm, a vehicle to bring forward ideas, solutions, improvements for making the county stronger. So appreciate your leadership, your commitment to the county, and thank you all for your great work. More to come. There's no more discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. 6:15. We are gonna jump to about, what are we at? Addendum 7. Well, we go to regular agenda item 31. This is the tobacco license. And apologies for the jumping around. I hope nobody's getting paper cuts in the process of all of the page shifting. I will move to approve the item. We can present it in discussion.
Should I second and then talk? Probably.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that, Chair Allen.
Supervisor Hines, could you speak into the mic?
Sorry, I get in trouble for that. Yeah, thank you for that. So we've heard, I think, some really excellent points made so very, very clearly by our guests here during call to the public. I don't think I need to repeat that, but as you can see in the background information for this item, Director Dr. Cullen of our Public Health Department, this has been something that's a priority. It's been strongly recommended by the Board of Health. It is something that we, I think, need to do to keep folks under the age of 21 from obtaining tobacco products. This has been done in many other jurisdictions, and ultimately, we just really need to protect young people in our community. This is not to initiate the tobacco licensing itself. This is simply to direct Dr. Cullen and her team, working with the county administrator's office, to bring together stakeholders and start with an engagement process with stakeholders, and then to move it forward. And then it will come back to the board prior to full implementation. And I'm really pleased to see that we're at this point and look forward to seeing this come back to the board for us to approve at a later date.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I want to thank my colleague from District 2 for putting this item on the agenda and working with the Health Department to bring it forward. Also want to thank all of our speakers who addressed this matter. Wanted to especially thank the speaker from the American Lung Association, because she made reference to this being a significant issue in our schools. And I can tell you, as a former middle and high school administrator, you are spot on, especially since vaping became as unfortunately popular as it is. And it's important for us to remember that the 21-year-old age for the purchase of tobacco is only 7 years old. This was signed into law by President Trump in his first administration in 2019. And it was less than 2 years ago, that the Food and Drug Administration put forth a regulation that said that retailers have to check the licenses for anybody under 30 to make sure that they are able to purchase tobacco products. So anything that we can do locally to address this issue, I think, is something that we absolutely need to take action on. And I'm fully confident that our health department, working in partnership with our community partners, is going to be able to bring something forth to the board. So thank you again, Supervisor, for putting this on the agenda, and I'll be pleased to support it.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
As noted in the agenda item itself, this was first discussed back in 2019 by this board. I'm the only board member that was here then, and I remember it very well. And I remember the arguments. I'm not in favor of underage vaping. I'm not in favor of underage smoking. Let me make that clear. But what I'm not in favor of are the very onerous and inhibiting regulations that were suggested by the health department and this board to implement some sort of a anti-smoking vaping policy by putting it on the owners of the retail outlets. And what I'm asking, and I'm sure this is going to pass, to go back for more implementation and more investigation about creating some sort of an ordinance. But I must stress that this board and the county administrator in this process need to talk to the store owners that have to be the recipients of these implementations and these mandates. They talk about how they have to become how clerks have to become police, and how they have to become vigilant in addition to everything else that they have to do. And they have a very difficult time filling positions and employees to begin with, and then to put this added burden of policing and stress that could end up in violence. You tell people sometimes that they can't buy something, they'll react violently, and they do. And the stories we heard in 2019 are shocking. And I understand the need to control from a health aspect, but from a business aspect, this could be onerous and heavy-handed and needs to be treaded upon lightly. And there needs to be a lot of investigation with the store and outlet owners about what the effects of such a program would impose upon them. We had representatives from Circle K, from 7-Eleven, from all the fast food chains, and they gave some very compelling relations and areas that they had to deal with that, once again, we don't take those considerations into place here, but they need to be heard from. So I know this is going to pass. I'm not going to support passing it because it did pass in 2019. It was voted down, and the board could see that this was not the way to go. But I will be voting against this, not because I'm pro vaping or cigarettes, but I don't think the business community that has to deal with this has been brought into play. Thank you.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I really share many of the same concerns that Supervisor Christie has. And, you know, we have a representative from our Small Business Commission here tonight. And I think that commission could help to seek input from the business community in terms of what the county should do in terms of moving forward with what's discussed in this item. We're going to be approving or considering approving renewal of the contract with the Chamber of Southern Arizona. And in the background materials for their most recent report to us, they talked about their new small business council that is overseen by Ms. Morales with that organization. And we also know there are a number of trade associations and retailer representatives that we could contact. So I agree with Supervisor Christie that as we're moving forward with this, we need to not only work with our partners in the public health community and the health department, but I think we do also have to reach out to small businesses and retailers and find out what this will mean for them, because the only way this is going to work in terms of the long-term goal, which is keeping tobacco products out of the hands of underage users, is if we're working in partnership, and that's everybody, including members of the business community. Thank you, Chair Allen.
I also appreciate District 2 bringing this to the fore for this agenda, as well as the leadership, the American Lung Association, American Heart Association, American Cancer Society, and meeting with us all, and also your long-term advocacy from 2019 and earlier and beyond. I think it is important that we build something, and through the process of consultation with businesses, that we be clear about having a license that is enforceable. And that so as I think consultations and the work and bringing something back to us, I think the things that are important for me to see and understand is what kind of staffing and other resources would be needed by the health department or another department that might be tasked with enforcement to enforce this, and what amount of a licensing fee would be necessary to cover the costs of enforcement so that it can be a self-sustaining effort. We heard today of the recommendation around an annual renewal, right? So that a license is not something that becomes permanent, but there is an ongoing evaluation of it. We also heard today around the importance of sort of graduated penalties for those that continue to sell to children, that the penalties are increasing in nature so that there is some actual consequence. I have a child, a 13-year-old in middle school, and am just startled at the stories he has of kids who are vaping in or 13, 14-year-old kids. I think that it is on us to do everything that we can to try to curb that, both for public health and for the well-being of our own families and for our schools and the quality of our education and the ripple effects that it has throughout our community. So those are kind of the things that I think are priority from District 3. And again, thank you all. Oh, Supervisor Kano, then Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Allen. From the District 5 perspective, given the jurisdictional constraints that we have, right? Our district is primarily within the city of Tucson. I'm going to be looking a lot for the parity between the unincorporated parts of Pima County and those that are incorporated within the city of Tucson. The enforcement part is going to be a very critical effort to focus on, and I also share some of the concerns about how this will be self-sustaining in terms of the revenue. I have worked on this issue for many years, particularly as a state legislator, where we were unable to pass a statewide protection for the health of our children, of our neighbors, and I am disappointed that yet again we have another legislative session that kicks the can down the road and forces local governments to provide their own piecemeal response to what really should be a statewide issue. Ultimately, I am less sympathetic to the big retailers and their ability to pay for this from an enforcement perspective. I am very sympathetic to the smaller retailers and invite them to also be a part of the solution and to be a part of the conversation in the months ahead as we draft this ordinance. So that's District 5's input. Thank you.
And Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And I just did check in with Dr. Cullen to make sure I'm not lying to anybody, but the stakeholder engagement process is vital. That's what we're approving. And that includes the retailers. That includes the people that are going to be on the front lines helping with this enforcement. And so they are absolutely going to be a central part of the process. It's just in response to what I've heard from my colleague from District 4 as well as District 1, that they're not going to be left out and then have something imposed upon them. They're going to be at the table during this discussion.
Madam Chair, I would just suggest to my colleagues who are in favor of this ordinance, take a look at the minutes from the 2019 meeting, and you're going to be seeing the same thing in this whole process. I mean, this wasn't made up out of thin air. They had legitimate concerns that were discussed in public as retailers and the mom and pop stores as well as the larger retailers. Just look at the minutes, and you're going to hear the same arguments that you're going to be hearing if this goes into play. We don't need a new ordinance. The ordinance was not voted into in 2019, and I don't believe it'll be part of the agenda ordinance this year either. So if you want to know what the retailers are thinking, just look at the minutes from the 2019 meeting.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Christie was the only member of the board who heard from local members of the business community 7 years ago, but it was also 7 years ago that was the first year of the federal law that was just being put into effect. So we have 7 years of experience as a country dealing with a 21-year-old age for tobacco purchases. It applies in all 50 states, and the Congress and the president didn't even put in an exemption for military members. They were lobbied to do so, and they did not because they felt it was so important to have an across-the-board 21-year-old age around the country. And it's for the reason that we heard from some of our speakers. If you don't set that age, then younger kids, like the friends of Chair Allen's son, are going to have more ready access to tobacco products. That's why the FDA, less than 2 years ago, told retailers around the country they had to check the IDs of anybody that looked to be under 30 before they were purchasing tobacco products. So I feel like we've got 7 years of experience as a country. And I think we've got a commitment, as Supervisor Hines said, from the health department, that all members of the community are going to be involved in putting this together. They have to be for it to be effective.
All right. Well, we're going to move to voting. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. We are now going to move to our 6:30 time certain, which is regular agenda addendum item number 8. And this is the 2026 primary election, additional early ballot drop-off sites, and emergency voting locations. I will move to approve resolution number 2026-36.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I really want to thank Recorder Casares Kelly for being with us tonight. And as Supervisor Hines said earlier, we're delighted to see 2 new ballot drop boxes. One of them, I think, at Pascuayaki Town Hall, the other one in the town of Sabarita. I just wanted to know if we could ask the recorder, because these aren't just boxes that you open a lid and throw a ballot in there. There's some pretty complicated structures, and just wondered if you could share with the board everything that goes into putting up a new ballot drop box.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'm sorry, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott. Yes, so the ballot drop boxes that we are installing have, first of all, they're constructed with anti-pry door jams. They have a false ledge so that, people can't just pour water into them. They have, we install a waterless fire extinguisher inside that has been tested, and it's actually, because of the construction, it's actually really hard to get oxygen in there to begin with. So it's really hard to start a fire, but in the event that we're able to start a fire, we have the extinguishers. It does have a double bitted unique key. So every single ballot drop box has a different key and cannot open another ballot drop box. So they are completely unique, and they are star-shaped. And then they are installed into a slab of concrete, and they are fitted from the inside of the box, which means that there are no exposed bolts or anything that people can pry apart. So it's a very secure ballot drop box. The opening itself is very narrow and only allows for a ballot or two to go in at one time, especially if there is more than one ballot page within a ballot affidavit. You would need to be putting them in individually. And so we have all of these locations. They are under camera, but they are not under surveillance. We are not monitoring them 24/7, but they are available to the public 24/7. We do have the ability to take a look at video footage in the event that we should need to. And so the box that we are installing in Sawarita is, we call it a 910 box. It's an extra large ballot drop box that has a capacity of over 5,500 ballots at one time. So we do tend to see a lot of very enthusiastic voters in Sawarita. The Pascuayaki will have a standard ballot drop box installed right outside of their tribal chambers, which is also the area that is used for the vote center, early voting, as well as their tribal elections. So we're very excited about those.
Thank you, Recorder Casares Kelly. And if I could just follow up, what is the total number of ballot drop boxes around the county now? And do we have any goal for a complete set?
We currently have 6 boxes. 2 of them are located at our downtown 240 North Stone. One of them is a drive-through, so people don't even have to get out of their vehicle to access. We have one at our east side location, which is on Broadway. One in Cells, which we just installed just the other day, and Sawarita and Pascua will be installed. We're coming up to we're going to be very, very close on when they're installed, but they'll either be installed tomorrow afternoon or early Thursday morning. From there, we literally just had a conversation and tour at the U of A campus. We are looking to have one there. Oro Valley, and we are still in the middle of, trying to identify more locations where we want to have them. When we move to our ballot processing center to Drexel, the Drexel facility is very, very close to a very huge shopping plaza area. We think we're going to have a high instance of usage there. And so we will have very large boxes at that location as well, and that will serve the south side of Tucson. We're looking at a location in Marana, Oro Valley, University of Arizona. I don't have the complete list on the top of my head. So
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you, Chair Allen.
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. And we have another time certain at 6:45 that I think we can bump up. This was your item.
Sure.
Adult
I think that's fine.
education.
Yes, I think so.
It is addendum item number 2, the adult education program. All right, I am almost there. 3, 2. This is maintaining adult basic education funding in the Pima County Adult Detention Center. I will move to approve the item.
Which I will second.
Second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Thank you. And this is something that I was a little surprised. I didn't expect to be talking about this actually, but came to my attention in having some conversations with Pima College that the sheriff brought forward his concerns with continuing the contract that currently exists with Pima College to provide adult education to inmates in the jail. And he expressed his concerns and announced that he would be canceling that contract. Given everything we've heard from Call to the Public, this is incredibly important for people in not a great situation, right? In a tough situation, they're there in jail for an average of 3 to 4 weeks, and a lot of these folks are not doing well. And having an educational opportunity, a connection to Pima College that they can continue after they've been in that setting as an inmate could be a lifeline, and has been a lifeline to many of these people. So, if anything, it would be appropriate, I think, for this board to be discussing ways to double this program, or to increase it, or to make it work better for even more people. Because as I understand it, the 24 seats in the one classroom where they have 12 classes, I believe a couple times a day, 6 days a week, but I might be wrong, I can be corrected there. Like, there's like a wait list. They cannot accommodate the number of people that actually want to participate. And this is exactly what we want. We want people to get education. We want them to pass subsections of the GED. Completion of the GED is not something that one would expect in 3 or 4 weeks in a jail setting. But connecting to Pima College, connecting for not to the GED, but possibly other types of education is really crucial. And remember, the prison system, the carceral system, the jail, all of that, it's supposed to be rehabilitory, right? That's not a really word. It's rehabilitation. It's supposed to be, it's a rehabilitation process. And part of that is to help these folks find other opportunities that they can engage in, and education is really crucial for that. So I hope that I can convince my colleagues. Actually, looking at the memo from Pima Community College, honestly, I think we should be not only looking at the $170,000, which is just the basic just to keep it at what it is, but the various options they include in terms of the employability skills and training for an additional 12,000, additional GED testing sessions for 10,000, additional transition services, which aligns so well with reentry priority and the transition center for 24,000. I think these things should be contemplated and discussed by this board, as well as maybe even eventually finding a second classroom to do more, because we are not accommodating the number of inmates that want to actually avail themselves of these services. And I would love to hear my colleagues' input.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I want to thank Supervisor Hines for bringing this matter to light. I want to thank our friends from Pima Community College for being here tonight. And I have a great interest in this, not only as a career educator, but as somebody to go to the point that Ms. Howell made, took a GED because of some really bad choices that he made when he was younger. So I completed a GED program. And as Supervisor Hines said, it's not something that happens right away. My understanding is there are 5 subject matter tests that you have to pass to complete a GED program. And GED completion, as Supervisor Hines said, is not something that we would expect in a jail setting. He also said that we should increase or work to make this program better for more people. And so I've thought about that very deeply leading into the consideration of this item. And we have 2 departments that work both in and adjacent to the jail in Pima County. One of them is the Detainee and Crisis Systems Department, and the board is very familiar with the successes of the INVEST program overseen by that department, and the peer-to-peer connections that they make with inmates while they are in the adult detention center. We're also perhaps even more familiar with the work of our Justice Services Department through the Transition Center, and everything that they have done as inmates are leaving the adult detention center to make them aware of services that are available in the community. And it just seems to me that the long-term goal is GED completion. And GED completion is not going to happen during the short time that people are in the jail. It just isn't. We've heard that not just from the sheriff and his team. We've heard that in the written materials that we got from Pima Community College. But I do want us to focus on GED completion. So what I would like to do is make a substitute motion, which is that we direct the county administrator to have staff in the Detainee and Crisis Systems Department and the Justice Services Department work with Pima Community College staff to establish a systemic program, emphasis on that term, a systemic program designed to encourage completion of a GED program by inmates after their release from the adult detention center. That would be my substitute motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So in saying encouraging completion after release, is that inclusive of starting the classes while in the jail?
I don't know. That is why I'm asking the county administrator to have representatives from those 2 county departments work with staff from the Pima Community College on a program that is designed to encourage completion of a GED after they leave the institution. It may involve beginning classes there. I don't know. I'd just like to have that dialogue between the staff within our 2 departments and Pima Community College staff. And by the way, that would address the concerns that we have heard from the sheriff in terms of the staffing challenges that he has for his staff when they have to accompany inmates to the classrooms. If we're having DCS and Justice Services staff work with them, then it's not going to impose the same staffing challenges that we heard from the sheriff.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I too share my desire for there to be a remedy to ensure that we have longevity in our response to the proposed cuts by the sheriff. I want to first thank all of our advocates from Pima Community College for being here. You are essential to our community. As I mentioned from this dais, my first bill as a legislator was to restore funding at the state level to Pima because they're zeroed out to this day, 8 years later. I'm seconding for the purposes of discussion, Supervisor Scott, because I feel as though we have to have like 3 different conversations right now, because our county as a region has a mandate to ensure that workforce development is a key part of our essential services that we offer to the community. So you've got this situation where we're trying to preserve a program for a very critical population that needs investment, not cuts. So I'm there on figuring out how we get to ensure that the 170,000 maintains, without a doubt. I want to see some more outcomes on how our systems are talking a bit more and how we are tracking some of those individuals once they are no longer in detention, so that we can all celebrate their completion of their GEDs. So I want to have that conversation. I want to have the conversation that is, I believe, much more pressing than this particular proposal, which is the state defunding adult education and us needing to figure out how we are going to support that particular bucket, because there are going to be inevitable consequences to both staffing and operations at Pima Community College when our legislature zeroes that out. And third, the other department supervisors, colleagues, is workforce development, right? And our CWD folks. So Supervisor Hines, I want to thank you for bringing this conversation to this board. As I've said, I'm there with you on us working to provide this continued service outside of, from a contract perspective, shifting that responsibility over to the superintendent of public instruction, for instance, to be able to allow no disruption to those services. But I don't want to be reactive to an issue that I believe is a lot more comprehensive than the one at hand. And with that, I don't know where to go with the motion. So I'm just curious on conversations now. And that's a long way of saying I would be supportive of an investment double this from this board if we were to figure out how to handle this comprehensively.
Supervisor Hines?
Thank you, Chair Allen, and thank you, colleagues. I think kind of yes and because if what I don't want to see is the contract come to an end and the classes currently being offered in the jail just stop literally in a week, because that would be if we just do the substitute motion, which is I like and I support and is thoughtful and a great way to move forward and make it more comprehensive and hopefully even more robust. That doesn't allow for a continuation of the classes that are going to be ending soon. So I think I would almost, could we just take the substitute motion and just amend it to my the chair's original motion and just pass both? That would be my suggestion.
For Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor Scott.
I had a very long and comprehensive discussion with the Chancellor of Pima Community College, which I greatly appreciated. And he was very forthcoming about the benefits of this program, and I see them. And I certainly don't want to be in a position where I'm not acknowledging the benefits of the GED program where it is in the prison system in Pima County. However, I have some real concerns with the motivation with the sheriff doing this type of activity of reducing his budget at this particular time. We heard folks talk about how the longevity of this program goes back to Clarence Dupnick days, 30-some years, that it's been around and been a success that long. Now, why suddenly is our sheriff cloaking himself in the flag of fiscal responsibility by deciding that he can't afford $170,000, a mere rounding error in his multi-hundred million dollar budget? That makes no sense to me, and it leads me to believe that is this the camel's nose in the tent, where from this point forward, he's going to be looking at items and decide that he doesn't want to have to spend them, or he can trim his budget by refusing to implement them as we go along. Today, it's the GED program. Tomorrow, it's something else. It's another hot button. My colleagues are very interested in education. He knew this was going to get everybody's attention. And so if it's the GED program in the jails today, what is it going to be tomorrow? And he can use this as a precedent to say, this is why I've stopped that program, GED. Now I've got to stop this program. I'm not going to pay for it, and I'm not going to implement it. And if you want it to continue, Board of Supervisors, you pay for it. There's something going on here that's not right. And why is this coming up now in the middle of the annual budget? So my concern is not the fact that there's anything ill-begotten with the GED program. I'd like to see it continue myself, but I also am very skeptical of the motivation behind the sheriff's action to try to rid himself of a lousy $170,000 when his budget is what, $390 million? Something like that. It doesn't jive. So today it's GED. Tomorrow he may say, you guys are always cutting my budget or telling me I can't operate fiscally. Let me cut on a whole other stuff that's always been in my budget, but if you want it implemented, you pay for it. So I would suggest maybe we should look at the library tax. Peeps is in there. Maybe this would be a good opportunity to look into that. But I think there's got to be something going on that doesn't beat the smell test as to the timing and the rationale behind the sheriff's motivation to take a literal rounding error to kill a very valuable project that's been around for decades. Something ain't right.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen. A recurring theme in the documents that we received from Pima Community College about the value of this program is rehabilitation and the prevention of recidivism. That is exactly why we established the Transition Center, which has been extraordinarily successful. We've gotten multiple reports from county administration about the success of the work within the Transition Center. That is why Detainee and Crisis Systems has been such a successful department. Rehabilitation, recidivism. That is why this motion speaks to the establishment of a systemic program designed to result in GED completion, because it is GED completion that is going to help with rehabilitation and the prevention of recidivism. I don't want to attach a dollar figure to it because those two departments, working in partnership with our friends from Pima Community College, need to have the opportunity to talk about the components of a thoughtful systemic program that would result in GED completion. That's why I made the motion the way that I did, because I'd like these two departments that have that commitment and that mission to work with our friends from Pima Community College who clearly have the same commitment and mission.
Madam Chair.
Did you have your, Supervisor Christie?
Just another thought. This might be an opportunity for this board to take some positive action. This item has been in the sheriff's budget for years, decades, continual. And it's a line item budget matter. So maybe this would be a great opportunity for this board to analyze every line item in the sheriff's budget to determine its veracity, to determine its validity, to determine its justification. If he's going to take a budgeted line item at will in order to, quote, save his money and his budget, maybe this board should look at all the other line items in his budget to see if they meet the same qualifications for dismissal as he's doing with this GED deal.
I may.
Supervisor Hines.
Chair Allen and colleagues, I do very much want to see the program not end in a week. So if we need to vote on these as separate motions, I'm happy to do it that way. Because I do want to support the substitute motion from my colleague from District 1, but I also do see that while this comprehensive process goes forward, we shouldn't kill this program for that, because it could be 3 or 4 months before that gets to completion. So if it is more comfortable to separate this into 2 motions, I will be happy to support both of them.
I think I also feel like we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good. I agree with, I agree with Supervisor Christie that there is a good chance that this is the first of many of other things, but I don't want that to prevent us from doing something really important right now. In fact, I think just to underscore, I think we've seen I think it was from Pima, the stat that folks who go through and start the GED program within the jail have an 80% completion rate for one of the tests, which is a higher rate of completion than folks outside of the jail setting. Right? It is the completion rate is so much. Anyway, that stands on its own. So I think I would like to see us figure out how to get it going, invest in it now, and I think look at how we involve detainee and crisis systems. That I just hope that we can do both of those things, and I don't think it is I don't think that they're mutually exclusive to bring together the departments and figure out a sustainable way to package it at the same time that we work to get it going. Yeah, Supervisor Scott.
I really appreciate your comments, Chair Allen, and Supervisor Hines, yours as well. I think there ought to be a way for us to move forward so that there isn't any gap in services, and so that we can take a look at a systemic program. I don't know that the county administrator can answer this question, but I'm going to pose it to her anyway. But in terms of Supervisor Hines' concern, is it the case that the current program would go away at the end of this fiscal year, absent action by the board?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, I believe so. I'm just not familiar with the program. I think if the board were to continue the funding, we can make sure that we don't have a break in at least the funding, so the programs can continue. I don't know the status of where it is in the Sheriff's Department, but and maybe someone from the college can help with that. There's folks. If we were to continue the funding and there's no gap in that, do we have some assurance? Could we then keep the program alive?
Quick question while she comes up, Madam Chair.
Please, Supervisor.
It's in his budget now. There's no gap. He's got it in his budget. We're talking about the next budget fiscal year. There's not going to be anything now, tomorrow, that's going to stop this.
And I think thank you, Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie. I'm wondering about, I don't know the cycle of students, when they begin and how that works, to understand how we might impact that.
So let me see if I can answer the various questions that I've heard. So the contract, the Sheriff's Office has terminated the contract as of June 30th. And so we won't have a contract unless we renew that with some funding attached. my understanding is the resources he's used in the past to fund this program come from the inmate support funds. I'm getting that name wrong, but commissary funded funds. We get students in all the time and have only a short, brief gap of a week or two like coming up this week. This next week, we take a pause for end of year reporting. We could have students as soon as second week of July if funding were sustained.
So if the contract were to continue, if we could renew the contract effective July 1 with Pima County,
yes,
and then look at how we are operationalizing that on our side between not only the two departments mentioned, but as Supervisor Kano's added, community workforce development, and working with the Sheriff's Department to see how we keep it all moving forward. But as long as we can vote today to renew a contract between the college and Pima County, and then and the only shift would be potentially moving it to a general fund allocation rather than a special fund within the Sheriff's Department.
Madam Chair, see, that's my objection. Now it's going to come out of the general fund. That's not right. It should be grant funded, not from the general fund. And I don't understand. When you say if we renew the contract today, Ms. Lesher, that means that the proceeds from that renewed contract would have to come from the general fund.
Chair Allen, I want to make sure that we have a proactive conversation on this dais and pointing fingers to what our duly elected county officials are doing within their respected budget. And that to me, like, the question before the board is, do we want this program to maintain in Pima County? And I do believe that we have a unanimous belief that that should happen. How it's paid for is the commitment that we all have to make now if we're committed to economic development, to workforce, to training. But I'm not interested in going into a wrestling match or pointing fingers about how this board has ended up with this situation. Every single agency, every department is tasked right now with making decisions about how they're going to navigate limited public resources. And for us, the question is how we are doing it. So I am hopeful that we can have the county administrator decipher our guidance on how we can have some clear data outcomes, the reentry through the transition center and with a community workforce development lens. The only reason, Supervisor Hines, why I want to ensure that we're not making any rush decisions, I think this board's commitment to preserving the program beyond June 30th for another year at the 170,000 is not questioned. But I have also logistical issues now where I don't know because I don't run the jail. Will the spaces still be available? Will what would the person currently attach there? I mean, this is just one of those unusual situations that our Constitution allows this board very little with the operations of our detention facilities. So it is a yes and, Supervisor Hines, and I'm happy to figure this out, but I don't think this board alone can make these decisions.
If I may, Chair.
Yep. Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And just briefly to my colleague's point from District 5, the memo from Pima Community College, I think, does a pretty good job in the second paragraph where they talk about the discussions they had with the sheriff. Okay. Where is it? So yeah, the sheriff expressed support for the program continuing at the jail should alternate funding source be identified. And so that is, I do think, we don't have the sheriff standing in front of us, but I take the, the college leadership at their word. They're not going to submit any sort of false document to us. I think that's helpful. I think that tells us that classroom should still be available because the sheriff is okay if we find another source. Wherever those funds come from, if they're being administered through whichever department, heck, if it's Dustin Williams over at, the county superintendent of public instruction, that would be an option as well. But I was wanting to make sure we all know that thanks to our intrepid contract lobbyist at the state, Michael Rossi, we have, for the first time in quite a while, $2 million of dedicated reentry funding coming to the county, to Pima County and Maricopa, as well as the other 13 counties. It would be completely appropriate, to my way of thinking, if we dedicated some of that funding to this continuation as well, just because it is obviously reentry oriented.
Madam Chair.
It was Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Christie.
You know, I really appreciate this conversation. These are the kinds of dialogues that we should be having as a board when we're grappling with issues like this. And I think every supervisor has made some very thoughtful comments and suggestions. I think there's a possibility that I have a motion, another substitute motion that will
I'll withdraw
help
my
us,
last substitute, my
help
last
us
second.
to help us to move forward. I think. And that is that the board commit to the expenditure of the $170,000 noted in this item out of either contingency or other funding option that the county administrator may determine, and so that the program can continue past its expiration date, because as we heard from Ms. Kierstad Joseph, the sheriff has terminated it as of June 30th, and as Supervisor Cano said, that's his right. So continuing, sorry about the sidebar, with the motion, and also directing the county administrator to have the staffs from DCS and Justice Services work with Pima Community College on establishing a systemic program that would help to ensure GED completion after inmates leave the facility.
Second.
Thank you.
And can I request a friendly amendment to the
Yes.
motion? And I know Supervisor Scott has some comments, but since it's related to the motion, I think in that, colleagues, we also have to, there needs to be funding recommendations of what can essentially be created in a pilot, right? I don't want our educational partners to be having to go through all of these hoops for 170,000. So I want to see what additional resources this board can commit to, perhaps leveraging. I see some business leaders in the room. This is why we need to continue pressing on investment at our legislature of our workforce development programs, and need to do it in partnership with our private sector as well. So if you can just include that there could be direction for what
Absolutely.
a model program at the transition center or within our existing departments. And I'm particularly now curious that I heard that $2 million is coming from the state for reentry. Are you sure that's not statewide?
No, it's coming to, sorry, Chair Allen.
No, I can.
That's correct.
I can absolutely amend that, Supervisor Cano, by saying that there could be an additional expenditure of funds recommended based on what is determined by the staff from our two departments and Pima Community College. If
Chair,
that was
point of order.
satisfied.
Oh,
Just going to say point of order, because I believe that our colleague from District 1 has to withdraw his original substitute motion so we can continue this discussion.
Duly withdrawn.
Okay, thank you.
all right. I feel like, do we need to also include a reference to discussion with the sheriff? As well as, I don't want to lose CWD, who I believe has some programming related to reentry and working with folks who are coming out of the justice system already, and just sort of thinking about DCS, Justice Services, CWD, the sheriff, as
You know, and
being some of those core entities, departments that have really relevant.
I would anticipate there would be, as there has been between Pima Community College and the Sheriff's Department, discussion between county administration, DCS, Justice Services, and the Sheriff's Department. And I appreciated that Supervisor Hines read the letter to the board from Chancellor Nassy that made reference to the sheriff's willingness to have the program continue, just not funded out of his budget.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I think everybody, this is one of the more convoluted situations I've been involved with in all these years. And to Supervisor Canos's point, we have representatives from our very fine education community here promoting a very fine program. And it really is frustrating and disappointing that our sheriff is putting our backs up against the wall here on June 23rd as we enter the final stages of the budget. And that should not be overlooked. And maybe there is some way that the sheriff could take the money out of his budget, loan it to the Board of Supervisors, speaking of convoluted, and then when the program is in place, give the money back to the sheriff. But the important thing that I'm trying to stress here is, why is this happening now? Why are we being put in this position by the sheriff? Why is the education community pulling their hair out trying to save this great program? Because the sheriff says he wants to save a decimal point in his budget. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't think that is lost on anyone, but I think that this discussion has been focused on how do we move it forward and do what we can with what we have. So in terms of where we are at, do we need to restate? Is
feel like it's
someone
completely
able
clear.
to?
Melissa looks like she has completely
She's
got
got
it.
I've been looking up her shoulder to, I think she.
Okay, so let me see if I got this correct. For the substitute motion, Supervisor Scott and seconded by Supervisor Hines. The board is going to commit the 170,000 noted in the item, and then it's going to either out of contingency or other funding options determined by county administration, and then direct the county administrator to have staff from detainee and crisis systems and justice services to work with the Pima Community College staff to establish a program to encourage completion of GED after the release of the inmates. Is that correct?
And,
But we also
and
need to,
also include the friendly
CWD
amendment.
and the sheriff's, right, to establish systemic programs.
yes.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
if I might,
Uh-oh.
just to be clear.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
This is a direction, and it sounded like maybe a minimum of 170,000. There could be discussions of other funding, but there is no contract. So I just want to be really clear that if there is a contract or contracts that come out of this, those will have to come back to the board. So this program doesn't continue in the way that it was until there is sort of a written agreement or something that's later ratified by the board.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott?
I appreciate Mr. Brown pointing that out because there was reference many times, not only from Pima Community College staff tonight, but also in the documents that they shared with us to the existence of a contract between the college and the sheriff's department. And that is something that, I'm sure the county administrator, in following up on the motion, will look into. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor
just a
Connell?
closing thought that I hope what our educational partners saw tonight was not a conversation about shifting blame, but a conversation about how we will, as a county, ensure that GED testing and access is available for our community, both in our jail and in our community. And that's going to require a lot of conversation in the months ahead, as more need is unmet in our community. 30,000 kids without access to nutrition, 60,000 Pima County residents, our neighbors, without access to Medicaid. That is going to continue to have a residual effect on what kind of essential services we should be having to invest in our workforce. Without training, without preparation, we can't be at the top of the list on job creation. We can't be there with a healthy economy. And I am very proud of this board for having this conversation tonight. In the context, I agree, 170,000. This is probably very convoluted, but it's an important one for us to have. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. And so all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
So 4 yeas, 1 abstention, the motion passes.
Thank you.
We are 15 minutes behind on our 7 o'clock time certain. I see our guests are here for that item. It is addendum item number 10. And this is the, is that correct? Addendum item number 10? This is the contract with the Chamber of Southern Arizona, extending the contract for $550,000.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Kano.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Supervisor Scott, since it's not the voice in the hallway, coming back discombobulated. Discussion.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I really want to thank Mr. Snell and his entire team from the Chamber of Southern Arizona in what they have done as the merger of the former Sun Corridor Incorporated and the Metro Chamber has moved forward. Not only have been very pleased, and I get a front row seat as a member of the board of directors and the liaison from this board to the Chamber Board of Directors to see all the good work that is going on, but I also see the tremendous potential in the future of the organization. And in any organization, it's not just the structure, more importantly, it's the people. And from Mr. Snell and everybody else within the organization that I've had the privilege to get to know, I think we're just going to continue to see extraordinary progress that is ultimately going to result in a stronger economy and more jobs in Southern Arizona. So very proud to support this contract.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you. I extend my gratitude to the county administrator for working with all of us to ensure that there is better regional equity for our chambers of commerce in this year's budget. I believe that the conversation I'd like to have with the business community moving forward is that I wholeheartedly agree with everything my colleague from District 1 just said about the importance of economic development and ensuring that job creation remain a top priority. But there are some among your leadership council who have pointed fingers in the face of this county trying to do good work, and I believe it's important for us to reset that, Mr. Snell. You have such a unique ability to bring people together and to try to rewrite that narrative of partnership, which is really what we need right now. I just spoke on the other item about the tremendous need that is happening because of federal cuts. That's going to impact your ability to support trade, to support people, and to support that attraction of folks coming to our region. The Prosperity Initiative needs your support. I know you're committed to it. And I am grateful that you have listened to the District 5 priorities in this discussion because we need more partnership and collaboration and less finger pointing. And I was less than pleased to see recent guest editorials from the Southern Arizona Leadership Council, who has not given this Board of Supervisors the credit that it deserves to move the needle on some of those really important regional issues that go hand in hand with job creation. So I look forward to supporting the contract and just ask you to continue to be a partner with the county as you always have been for many years to help rewrite that narrative. Thank you.
Supervisor Christie?
Well, I always like the way my colleagues frame everything, that we're in favor of economic development and job growth, but it's important that the economic development and job growth is what we want. And you're the experts, and I am continually surprised, pleasantly so, of your tenacity and your tolerance to be able to work under conditions from the governmental agencies in Pima County that are continually trying to do their best to undermine any kind of economic development and to try to do anything they can to thwart job growth because it doesn't meet some narrative. And I commend you for that. I commend your tenacity, for your willingness to survive. And I think your testimony by merging the organizations together speaks volumes. And I ask that you just continue to keep your heads down and to move forward in every manner, shape, and form that you can do to continue the work of attracting economic development and jobs that Pima County sorely needs. So I thank you, and I know the community thanks you as well. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
I was actually just turning the microphone on to vote yes.
Oh, all right. Well, I have a couple of comments before we do our voting. So one of the things that is kind of key in the contract, right, is reporting, and we only got 2 reports. And my understanding, we just got one yesterday evening, and I'm not sure where the bottleneck has been, whether that was on our part or on the chamber's part. So I'll say that's not helpful if that is on the county's part. So from our department, if we could ensure that we get reports shared with the board on a timely basis, because that is very helpful for us to be able to look at what was said was going to be done in the previous contract and look at the current contract and do that proper sort of due diligence, right? The other question I had also on the BOSAR, the form that was filled out in submitting the contract, reference that this contract is advancing the Prosperity Initiative, and specifically said that the contract will be advancing Prosperity Initiative Policy 11, which is improving job quality for low-income workers. So it is not uncommon that we get attributions of the Prosperity Initiative that don't actually correlate with what the agenda item is. And so I guess this is a question as to, and I will say I looked through the contract in trying to determine what pieces of the work are going to improve job quality for low-income workers. And just to put a finer point on it, Policy 11 of the Prosperity Initiative says that it's aiming to increase wages and ensure fair wages for all. And this is for low-income workers, right? Expanding worker benefits and protections by improving access to leave, healthcare, and childcare. 3rd, promote equity in employment by closing gaps in opportunity and pay. 4, supporting job quality and stability by encouraging fair schedules, career growth, and supportive workplaces. And 5, investing in workforce development by boosting training, apprenticeships, and employee ownership. So I guess I'm just asking the question of, is there a match there? Is the body of work from the contract doing that? Or is this an instance of perhaps a misattribution from our internal form to an item?
Chair Allen, thanks very much. Mr. DeBonis?
Chair Allen, I think as we move forward, there's an evolution. And so we're in the process of updating the Pima County Economic Development Strategic Plan. And what we're doing in there is increasing and promoting that alignment with the Prosperity Initiative. So the underpinnings of the Economic Development Strategic Plan inform then the contract with the Chamber of Southern Arizona. So that would be the connection there. So it could be a bit aspirational and somewhat time sequencing, but we certainly intend to work with our partners at the Chamber of Southern Arizona to achieve more of those outcomes that are identified in the Prosperity Initiative.
I will also just flag the other, and I know our partners are involved and sit on the Community Coalition for Prosperity, but Policy 13 for supporting small business, expanding small business ownership and growth, increasing access to capital, technical help, and affordable space for entrepreneurs, growing small business to create jobs, build wealth, and reinvest in neighborhoods, and removing unfair barriers like discriminatory lending and red tape to promote economic mobility, right? That is sort of what the research and the data has shown that will help accomplish the goals, or those policy goals, right? I don't see it currently in the contract. I understand that the body of work is emerging, working with small business and with Carla being brought on. I will just say that I hope that as that work unfolds and as we work to align Prosperity Initiative with our partnership with the Chamber, that we are looking concretely at alignment, specifically at alignment, and not in generalities, broad strokes of just small business support or broad strokes of improving job quality, but that we get very granular and true to what the Prosperity Initiative and all of the research and data that has gone in behind it, and we further that. I wish that we were getting this after we were getting the Economic Development Strategic Plan. It would be helpful to have that plan in front of us and, a bit in the rearview mirror so that we could see that and see how this work aligns together and that we're moving forward together. It feels off to approve a $550,000 contract in the absence of knowing what our plan looks like. So that, and then my final point is just flagging. The federal administration made changes to the SBA grants that are now limited just to U.S. citizens. And just flagging that, I think this is tragic, but also undermining, I think, the economic vitality and a lot of the engine of our community, in that non-citizens, immigrants, are incredibly entrepreneurial. In fact, outpace the entrepreneurialism of their population size and outpace citizens in their entrepreneurialism. So I hope that we can also see some advocacy from the Chamber and other regional chambers in pushing back and trying to reinstate the applicability of SBA grants to folks who are refugees, asylum seekers, legal permanent residents, all people who had access to SBA grants previously and utilized them dynamically to revitalize and strengthen our communities. So it's just a little, thing that is a bug in our bonnet, I guess, within our district.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you very much. I wanted to follow up on your comments. I share your concern about the delay in getting the review and approval of the new Economic Development Strategic Plan in front of us. As the board knows, it was supposed to be before us in April, and we were told in a memo that we received this week that we're not going to get it until August. And I had my quarterly meeting with economic development staff yesterday and said that I wanted to find out, when that comes before us in August, how the additional 4 months resulted in more robust stakeholder feedback into the development of that plan. This is the second delay. It was originally going to come before us this month, and then it was first April and then July and now August. And I know there are very credible, valid reasons for that, but I wanted to see how those additional 4 months result in more robust stakeholder engagement in the plan. Another question that I had yesterday during that quarterly meeting with economic development staff is that last year, when we approved the contract with the Chamber, it was stated that both Mr. Snell and Mr. DeBonis would be more regular participants in the regular meetings between the Chamber and the county, and economic development staff indicated that because of scheduling challenges, that wasn't happening as much as originally desired. So I'm hopeful going into this new contract year that more engagement from both Mr. Snell and Mr. DeBonis is forthcoming, especially given what you said, Chair Allen, about the connection between this contract and all of our contracts with the Prosperity Initiative, because of the pivotal work that Mr. DeBonis has done to make sure that the Prosperity Initiative is embedded in all of the work of the county, all the work he's been doing with the directors that report to him. I'm hoping that moving into this new contract year that we see more of that regular engagement from the head of the chamber and the Deputy County Administrator for Public Works. Thank you, Chair Allen.
And then if I could just ask too about that communication, sort of when and how and who does it happen between our department or the county and the chamber?
Chair Allen, and I'll start and then others can, but I know that Supervisor Scott is on the board. I'm just going to say, I think Mr. Snell and I, while we may only get together every month or two, are either texting or on the phone with some degree of regularity. And then I know that Mr. DeBonis and Ms. Dumont have regular meetings as well. I can't speak to what the people in the department do, but what else, Carmine?
Chair Allen and members of the board, I think as the county administrator indicated, there are different frequencies of interaction that occur both from Ms. Lesher and Mr. Snell, Ms. Dumont, and I interact on a regular basis. Those monthly meetings that are with economic development staff, my participation in that has been less than desired, as you indicated, but we just had a meeting a week or two ago with the county administrator and with Mr. Snell, Ms. Dumont, and myself talking about the importance of renewing that frequency of meeting schedule. And so we understand that communications are critical as we move forward. We hear the desires of the board to see timely information. I will let you know, Chair Allen, that was on staff's part. The chamber did submit that third quarter report. We did not forward it along for transmittal to the Board of Supervisors. I hear you loud and clear on the Economic Development Strategic Plan. I will just note that our current plan is 2023 to 2026. So we are not without an economic development strategic plan, although we are behind the initial indication of when we'd bring that forward. So hear what you're indicating, and we'll continue to work with the Chamber of Southern Arizona at all levels to enhance our engagement with them and to make sure that the board is receiving timely and complete information.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Just to clarify my remarks, as I said at the beginning, I'm proud to support this contract. Happy to see the progress that's already happening with the merger of the two organizations. My comments with regard to the Economic Development Strategic Plan were shared with the county administrator and the deputy county administrator prior to this meeting. And then it was the comments that I heard during my quarterly meeting with Economic Development yesterday that caused me to encourage greater participation in these monthly meetings by both Mr. Snell and Mr. DeBonis. But I want to acknowledge and honor the work that's being done both by chamber and county staff during the first year of this contract. And I think that's why it received unanimous approval last year, and I'm hopeful it will receive unanimous approval this year as well. Thank you, Chair Allen.
And I think the other thing I'll add that I hope, and I'll say I've asked for clarification for sort of understanding some of the nature of the collaborative work in trying to understand the distinctiveness, the distinct roles, because I'll say that my layperson perception is that there are representatives from so many of the different economic development entities that seem to be at all the same events, the same trips, the same dinners, right? And that it is a board, for lack of a word, of people that move around together. That is not a good use of taxpayer money. What I hope to see, and this goes to our economic development strategic plan and our role and understanding with good communication and collaboration with the chamber, is that there is clarity of roles, right? And that we are supporting one another, but support does not necessarily mean duplication. And that we can figure out and refine then what those roles are and do them well and support one another, but it doesn't mean that everybody needs to be at everything together. And my hope is clearly that a piece of that distinctiveness is that someone is digging in to those two specific goals in the Prosperity Initiative around improving job quality for low-wage workers and supporting small business concretely and specifically, because there is not a whole lot of resources going into either of those things, best I can tell, in a specific and concrete way that is moving the needle. And that is where I hope that we can start to see some refinement of action. So that's my... All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. We have now, I believe we have completed all of our time certains. We do, however, still have 3 items, I believe, that we have people in attendance for. We are first going to pop to Humane Borders. This is regular agenda item number 43.
I'll move the item.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Thank you for doing that while I fumble with my pages. Oh.
I move the item.
Oh. Did someone else second it? Seconded by me. By Supervisor Allen. Any discussion?
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Every year that this item comes before us, the person that I think of right away is our medical examiner, Dr. Hess. And the number of stories and unfortunately the number of bodies that he deals with of people trying to come into this country who die in an open desert. And the work of Humane Borders, you may not be able to attach a precise number to it, but you know that you are preventing those numbers from being higher than they would be otherwise. And I'm honored that the county has a long-standing partnership with Humane Borders that predates my time on the board, and I've been a supervisor for 6 years, and I'm always very proud to support this contract. And thank you so much for the humanitarian and important work that you are doing. Thank you.
I will say that I appreciate the work, the leadership, the constancy of Humane Borders, your presence in the Arizona desert, providing the absolute most basic human need, water, and particularly water in the desert. Y'all have endured vigilante groups. You have endured sabotage by Border Patrol agents who have dumped out water for many years. You have also witnessed federal policy that has operated like a balloon that is just squeezing it and pushing people into the most treacherous and more difficult and dangerous parts of our desert, where your work has then become all the more important. Your work also is painful, right? In bearing witness to the death and the struggle, the dehydration of men, women, children, sisters, cousins, aunts, grandmas who are losing their lives in the desert, who are leaving everybody and everything they know behind them in search of a better life, in search of opportunity. Thank you for bearing witness to that. Thank you for doing what you do. And for those reasons and many others, I will support this item. Support it. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. We will now move to consider the regular agenda item 42. Just going back one, this is the contract with JobPath. I move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
There are, and this is in a way following up on the conversation that we just had about the contract with the chamber. There are regular reports referenced in the BOSAIR that come to, I believe, community and workforce development staff I don't know if the entire board would like to have copies of those reports, but I know I would like to see them because I'm always very interested in the work that JobPath is doing. The county, I think, has a 20-plus year relationship with JobPath. Very proud of their record of achievement and what they're doing to help people during a time of transition and challenge. But then I also wanted to ask Ms. Hill, if I could, Chair Allen, how long do you expect your interim status to last, and where is the board in terms of finding a permanent person for the position? Yes.
As I mentioned in the call to public, we are in discussion with a local organization who would like to acquire us. My position as interim executive director will last until those talks are complete.
Thank you. I apologize for not remembering. It's been a while since call to the public.
It's okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
I'm just curious, could someone answer, is this is the first year that we haven't gotten a job path report? Yeah.
I did send a mid-year report, but I won't have final fiscal year reports until next month. And that's when I'll send a final fiscal year report.
Do you have any idea did job path hit its contractual requirements?
Yes, we met everything. Our reports were timely this year. Neither Daniel nor Rhonda are here, but yeah, we have submitted everything on time.
Thank you.
All right. All those in further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Next, we are going to addendum item number 1. This is Pima County Treasurer. This is divided. We have two components of this agenda item. So first on item A, I will move to accept the resignation of of Brian Johnson, the treasurer, effective June 15th, 2026.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Section B is discussion, direction, action regarding the selection process and/or appointment to fill the vacancy of the Pima County Treasurer. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen. And as you know, because I shared this proposed timeline with you yesterday, given that we have the luxury of having 3 weeks before the next meeting of this board, what I was going to propose for my colleagues is that we have the clerk post the position of treasurer on Thursday of this week, which is the 25th, and that we have all applications and associated materials returned by July 2nd, which would give a full week for potential applicants to get their materials in. I would then ask the clerk to follow up with the League of Women Voters to schedule an online forum on either July 7th or July 8th, depending on when they could find a moderator to do that. That would give board members that wanted to have one-on-one meetings with applicants, and many of us do that when we have vacancies to fill, the period from July 3rd to July 13th to have those one-on-ones, and then we could appoint a new treasurer at our next meeting 3 weeks from today on July 14th. So if that timeline is acceptable to my colleagues, I'd put it forth for your consideration.
If that's a motion, I will second it.
This so moved. Thank you, Supervisor.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Chair Allen, I do have a clarification question for Supervisor Scott.
Please.
Posting of the item, you said Thursday,
Yes,
and that is on the county webpage or in the territorial, or both?
both.
Okay, so for
Thank
the
you for reminding me we need to put it in the territory.
the daily territorial, the soonest we can get it posted is Friday due to their deadlines.
Okay.
So we can get it posted on Friday and then Thursday on the county webpage, or we can also do tomorrow on the county webpage.
Tomorrow for the website.
I think if you can do it tomorrow, that's fine. But I still think the July 2nd deadline gives people roughly a week to get their materials in.
Also too, with the League of Women Voters, they are available on July 6th, 7th, and 10th. They are not available on the 8th or the 9th.
Then let's
Okay.
do the 7th.
Okay, I will
All right.
coordinate with them.
Well, you're already working on this. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion?
Chair Allen, I do have another question. Okay. With the selection process, Supervisor Scott, do you also want the interested parties are they going to be required to file the following documents like they have in the past? The letter of interest, resume, financial disclosure statement, and the conflict of interest forms?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I appreciate you reminding us of those details from previous vacancies. Apparently not, man. I'm glad Melissa's here, right?
And then also to applicants, there are statutory requirements that they must meet. That will also be posted in
Yes.
the position when we post the position. And Pima County will also conduct background checks on all the qualified applicants. The board decided that previous, so
Yes.
we're going to do that as well.
Yes. Yeah, all those things that we had done with previous vacancies, and I knew you would fill in the blanks.
And then just to point
Yeah, no
out,
kidding, right?
The individual that the board appoints on July 14th will fill the remaining term that serves through December 31, 2028. Just wanted to point that
Or
out.
until they decide to resign if they choose to before that.
Mhm.
I'm just being clear. We can't make them stay for 2.5 years.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez.
Yes. Any further discussion or clarification? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Motion passes 5-0. All right. I'm gonna go from here. We have this little budget. How does that, for those who are remaining in the audience, is the budget hearing? Is there anything else?
What item are you here for?
There are other items that you might be here for? No? Pardon me? Hearings, all right. Okay. Then let's go to hearings. Go to our budget. All right.
Chair Allen.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
The gentleman might be referring to hearings other than the budget.
Budget hearings or license? Okay. All right, then let's go to those because the budget is a beast unto itself. Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Scott. All right, so we are now looking at regular agenda items, starting with 23. Are you by chance with Black Rooster? All right. So we will. Yes, so is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Are you Lou Sheets?
Yes.
Come on up. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how the hearings progress here. I'm not sure the process, but Chair Allen and Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to this issue. I'm referencing the job number 398421, which was a liquor license application for what they call a Series 4. My name is Lou Sheets, along with my wife Holly and Miss Carol Melgren, who is our agent here in Arizona. We represent Black Roosters. We import wines from Italy. 11 days ago, Carol Melgren received notice from the clerk of the board that there was a denial of that application from the county level. We looked to, and an announcement that there would be a hearing on this day. We looked to some local attorneys to try and understand zoning, rolling zoning. You've got to forgive me. I don't do county board meetings. I don't do hearings, so I'm not sure what the process is that you're looking for. But we had contact with a nice woman at the clerk of board office, Rosie. Rosie was quite helpful in directing us to, in light of the timing, ask for an extension at the state. She additionally put us in contact with Tom Derziger.
Tom D.
Tom D. And he was quite helpful. Both had suggested that we reach out to the state office and ask for an extension, which we did, and they successfully honored. Here, we just got notice today. So I guess my position today would be to ask the board for an extension, continuation of this hearing for a future meeting, to give us time to understand what our options might be.
Chair Allen.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
So, do you have, I don't know if you have an idea of when that would be, or if we should simply withdraw the item and bring it back when it's more clear that everything's arranged so that we don't have this issue again?
Supervisor Hines, board members, we were notified from the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control today that they have approved an extension to August 14th.
Oh, great. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, the date of the reappearance for this item, would that be the same as the extension time?
Supervisor Christie, board members, if the board wishes to continue the item, it probably would be best to continue before
that.
Before August 14th.
May I make a motion, Madam Chair?
Please.
That we continue this item till the July 28th meeting, so the gentleman can address his zoning issues and prepare for the proper approval.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. I will, before we vote on that, I will. Is there any, before I close the hearing, are there any further questions for our guest? Well, I think you still need to close the hearing, and then we have the motion to continue the item.
I'll wait. The order is you close the hearing and I make the motion. So let's do that.
I will move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. I don't think we actually.
Do we have to vote for that?
We don't have to vote on closing the hearing.
Okay.
Then I move, Madam Chair, to continue this item until the 28th of July meeting to allow for the completion of the application.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Continuation is approved, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to knock out these other hearings while we are here on this agenda. Item number 24. Is there anyone here present who wishes to speak on the Extra Mile Chevron liquor license? Hearing none, I will move to close the public hearing and approve this permit.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 25, is there anyone here present who wishes to speak on the Union Public House item? Hearing none, we'll move to close the public hearing and approve this permit.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item 26. This is a fireworks permit. I will note that this is a two parts. This is an item we had heard this last year. The Ajo Gibson Fire Department was unable to find an insurer that would underwrite a $10 million liability policy, which is what our fireworks policy now asks for. This is the Ajo Gibson Fire Department, rural small town. Their insurance provider, like I said, is not able to do that. However, considering that this fireworks display is in a mine slag heap and is conducted by the fire department itself, they are not anticipating any fire safety issues. So our first item is a request to waive the liability insurance requirement for the Ajo Gibson Fire Department fireworks display. This is a hearing, so is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, I'll move to close the hearing and move to approve this request to waive liability insurance.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Second part of this item is approval of the fireworks permit. Is there anyone here present who wishes to speak on the item? Hearing none, I'll move to close the public hearing and approve this item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right. We got those hearings out of the way. Let's go back to the big ticket item of the budget adoption. Moving to item number 8. This is the special final budget adoption meeting, starting with the hearings. It's the final budget hearings and truth and taxation hearings. So item number 8 is the hearing. Pursuant to state statutes, the Board of Supervisors conducts a public hearing on proposed expenditures, Pima County's intent to raise the primary property taxes over last year's level. I believe we have a slide presentation.
Chair Allen, I would say we have comments. We have a slide. We're happy to present it. We're happy to forego it and simply respond to questions at the pleasure of the board.
It's a pleasure.
Go through it. Thank you, Mr. Quado. I will forego my speech and give my time to Mr. Quado.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen, members of the board. We do have a brief presentation tonight, as you know, culminates the over 6-month process for the budget for FY 26-27. Next slide, please. So beginning slide here really is an updated chart from our recommended budget. The $2.1 billion in revenues has been adjusted for the changes that we mentioned at the tentative budget adoption, which include the RTA revenue for the project on Silver Bell, as well as the expenditures of $1.8 billion. They have been adjusted for the changes that the board made also at the tentative budget with respect to the contingency changes. Next slide, please. General fund revenues. This slide remained unchanged from our prior presentation, totaling $850.5 million in general fund revenues. Again, this is up from 25-26 as a result of the property tax increases for the board policies, as well as an increase in our state shared sales tax of about $14.8 million. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures for FY27 total $870.3 million. Again, these slight adjustments to this number has been made coming out of the tentative budget adoption that was held on May 26th. Next slide, please. Refund restricted funds and taxing districts, close to $490 million for the year. As a reminder, departments in this category include DOT, the Keno Stadium District, the County Free Library, the Health Department, and Flood Control, just to name a few. The adjustments that were made here were the $3 million to CLR that we had duplicated, as well as the funding for DOT for the project that was previously referenced for the RTA. Next slide, please. Property tax rates, just a reminder, this slide did not change from our prior presentation. We are looking at about an 8.7 cent increase from 25-26. Again, does not include a property tax beyond what is required by board policy. So that's pay-go, the state cost shifts, as well as the closing the gap in affordable housing, or the 3 cents. Next slide. The general fund, just wanted to note the contingency changes from our last meeting on the budget. We had 11.9 million in contingency. We reduced that for the board approved items on the 26th for DOT, which is the grading of county maintained roads. The additional dollars for ISDA, the Meals on Wheels program, the health department dream request, and we also are including it in your memo was a post budget adoption approval of $250,000 for ITD positions. We have included that here. If the board decides not to approve that, you'll have $250,000 more in contingency for FY27. So if that is approved, it's a little over 11 million as shown on the slide there. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, all of the information that we've presented along the way to the board and the memos that we've submitted are online at pima.gov/budget. That concludes my prepared remarks for the presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Caron and actually Ms. Lesher and her entire team, because we know that the development of the budget is something that goes on for many, many months, and it's probably something that you wake up thinking about every morning while it's being developed, and that you go to sleep thinking about. Hopefully it's not depriving you of sleep, but I know the entire board is grateful for all the time and care and thought that goes into the development of this budget. And as we look around this region and look at other governmental entities that are really struggling with their budgets, we aren't in Pima County because of the thoughtful, prudent fiscal management that typifies everybody that's before us tonight. And I know the board is very grateful. Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and I will note we did get a public hearing request from Kent Blumenthal, who did speak earlier, and I no longer see in the room, but for just good practice. Okay, he's no longer here. Other comments?
Do we need a motion to go on to comments, or?
Well, okay, there is no one else present to speak in the hearing. Then I will move to close the Truth and Taxation public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
the emphasis on this budget once again, and again, I'm here for as many years as I have, it's not sound policy when we have rising property valuations and add to that rising property taxes that are weighted more towards social services and special programs rather than prioritizing the services the county is supposed to provide. I will be voting no on this again. Thank you.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Kano.
just to clarify, Supervisor Christie, you did vote for the budget last year. Is that correct?
That was a total farce. That was a trick. And I haven't spoken about it, but to bring that up is disingenuous of you, because that was manipulated. And whatever vote I did last year, that was last year, but I probably did, because there were 2 items on there. So we appoint as what?
I just want to make sure that you're on the record that you did vote for the budget last year. So to criticize it this year and to call it an expansion and, social services and all of that, that's the same budget you voted on next year, or last year. I just wanted to make sure.
You were so clarified. Thank you.
I also want to applaud the county administrator, the DCAs, the department directors, and all of the folks who have worked for many months to pull this budget together. I think it is a really, it is a thoughtful budget that is both sort of strong and meaningful, especially in really difficult and unpredictable financial times. It is this, I think it is the county's leadership that has helped us navigate so many budget pressures, including from the Board of Supervisors, while still protecting sort of what and who is most important in Pima County, which is the 7,000 Pima County employees who show up every day to make the county work and this amazing place that we call home and are lucky enough to do so. I think this budget navigates federal cuts and many uncertainties and gets us where we need to be. I'm not going to go on. I have a few other things I would flag I think later, but I also just wanted to flag now that I would like to make a motion when we get to item 17 to direct the county administrator to provide a $1,000 bonus to Pima County employees who make $45,000 or less. And that will total $1.3 million. And that, it'll be allocated from whichever fund the staff deem most appropriate. And it's because of the difficult situation that our county and our employees find themselves in of rising costs. And I want to thank Supervisor Cano for really digging into the numbers of how many employees we have around who are making less than 45,000, digging into looking at how we can how we can strengthen people's paychecks, have less deductions from them, and reduce the cost burden on some of our lowest wage workers. I also want to acknowledge the union in bringing this up as well. They had a proposal for a tiered kind of COLA that had the greatest emphasis put on those who make the least within the county. This would affect both the full-time as well as prorating the sort of not full-time, so the part-time staff. So I just want to toss that out now. I will bring it up as the item 17 at the end, but I just feel like it is something that is significant and important that we do for our staff in these challenging times.
May I ask a clarifying question? When would that happen?
My understanding, the best place to do it is item 17, the final approval of the budget.
I mean, when would the bonus happen?
My understanding is that the preference would be around early August. Sort of get a little bit of time to work through the who's and the how's in the system. Is that
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano?
I'm going to support your efforts on additional employee compensation. And given that it sounds like we're having some general statements on the proposed budget, I also want to extend District 5's appreciation to our budget team for months of work to get us to today. This budget is about preserving and maintaining the essential services that county residents expect us to deliver. It's about funding the deputy who responds in an emergency, the road a family drives on every day, the wash that needs to be maintained before and after monsoon season, the healthcare clinic that cares for infants, children, and families, the library a child uses after school and that our seniors and adult learners access every day, the park where our families and our neighbors gather, the county worker who answers when someone needs help, These essential services are what taxpayers should expect from county government, services that they can see, use, and count on. For 2 consecutive years, this board kept the primary property tax levy neutral. That reflects fiscal responsibility, and it shows that we have worked to protect taxpayers while still delivering essential services. But we also have to be honest when looking in our own backyards. Cuts from the federal and state level would have devastating consequences, and it's incumbent on jurisdictions like ours at the local level to keep those services afloat. Cuts would mean fewer people repairing roads, fewer people maintaining washes, fewer people cleaning parks and public spaces, fewer people responding to public health needs, fewer people answering the phone when residents need help. That is not fiscal responsibility. That is passing the cost of inaction onto families, neighborhoods, and future budgets. This budget invests in the basics: public safety, roads, flood control, public health, heat response, housing, libraries, wastewater, parks, transportation, and cleaner public spaces. And it also invests in county employees because they are the people who turn public dollars into public service. When we retain deputies, correctional officers, nurses, road crews, librarians, and frontline workers, taxpayers get better service and a stronger response. No budget is perfect, but this budget is responsible, focused, and rooted in safer communities, better roads, cleaner neighborhoods, stronger services, and a county government that people can count on. And that's why I support it. I extend my appreciation to the administrator and to all the staff, and most importantly, to the taxpayers who make this possible. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. To close out this Truth and Taxation hearing, we do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Cano,
Aye.
Supervisor Christie,
No.
Supervisor Hines,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Yes.
Chair Allen.
Yes. Motion passes 4-1. Next, we will be sitting as the Flood Control District Board. And this is agenda item number 9. This is a hearing. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? And I'll note this is on the district's intent to raise the secondary property taxes over last year's level. Correct. Then I will move to close the Truth and Taxation public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? Then we will do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Cano,
Aye.
Supervisor Christie,
Yes.
Supervisor Hines,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Yes.
Chair Allen.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 10. This is the Flood Control District final budget for fiscal year 26-27. We will be, so is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, I move to close the public hearing and approve the Flood Control District final budget in the amount of $19,558,296 at an effective tax rate of 0.3407 and adopt resolution number 2026-FC1.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
This board in November, in a 4-1 vote, approved the One Pima initiative. I am very proud of the progress that our departments have committed themselves to operationalize the One Pima initiative, but in particular as it relates to flood control. Our county staff and our county contractors have removed over 500,000 pounds of trash in that short duration of time from our washes, from the loop. This is a good investment about protecting public safety, ensuring that our public spaces are getting the attention that they deserve. They were not, in my opinion, and this continues that progress, and I look forward to supporting flood control and our incredible team in that department. Thank you.
Supervisor Cano,
Aye.
Supervisor Christie,
Yes.
Supervisor Hines,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Yes.
Chair Allen.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. We're now moving on to sit as the Improvement District Board. This is for agenda item number 11. These are the Improvement District final budgets. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and approve the Improvement District final budgets and adopt the resolutions, numbers 26, 30, and 33.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? We'll go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Kano?
Aye.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Allen?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Now we're sitting as the Library District Board. This is agenda item number 12, hearing on the district's intent to raise the secondary property taxes over last year's level. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, I move to close the Truth and Taxation public hearing. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? We'll go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Kano?
Aye.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Allen?
Yes. Motion passes 4-1. Item 13. This is also a hearing, Library District final budget for 26-27. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing no, I will move to close the public hearing and adopt the Library District Board final budget in the amount of $63,454,352 at an effective tax rate of 0.5820 and adopt resolution number 2026-LD2.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? We'll go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Kano?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Allen?
Yes. Motion passes 4-1. Now we're moving to sit as the Rock and Key South Community Facilities District Board for agenda item number 14. This is a hearing. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, I will move to close the public hearing and approve the Rock and Key South Community Facilities District final budget in the amount of $4,930,829 and adopt resolution number 2026-RK2.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Supervisor Kano?
Aye.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Allen?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We're now going to be sitting as the Stadium District Board. This is agenda item 15, a hearing. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing and approve the Stadium District final budget in the amount of $9,655,789 and adopt resolution number 2026-SD1. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Supervisor Kano?
Aye.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Allen?
Yes. Motion passes 4-1. We're now going to be sitting as the Wildflower Community Facilities District. Agenda item 16, the hearing. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on the item? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and move to approve the Wildflower Community Facilities District final budget in the amount of 0 and adopt resolution number 2026-WCFD1.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
Why do we do this again? I know I've asked this a couple of budget cycles. I'm so sorry, I just don't remember. But can just someone really quickly tell me what this is here for? Because we keep giving it $0 every year. It's like my 6th time.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Hines, the reason the budget is 0 is because there hasn't been any development to support a debt issuance out at Wildflower, and so there is no expenditure budget since there has been no conveyance of any infrastructure to the county, and there hasn't been any development at the site, and so that's why the budget is 0, but we have to do it every year.
Well, will there be at some point? Okay, thank you.
We'll move to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Kano? Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Allen?
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Now we are sitting as the Board of Supervisors. This is item 17. This is the hearing for the final budget for fiscal year 26-27. Is anyone here who wishes to speak on this item? I had a note that we had a remote speaker.
Chair Allen, that was Kent Blumenthal, but then he was able to come in person.
Okay. All right. I will move to close the public hearing and approve the final budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of, this is a lot of numbers, $1,809,363,091 at an effective tax rate of 5.2835 and adopt resolution number 2026-33.
Second. And did you want to make an amendment? Or add something?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, it threw me off of where I'm always, where do I do this?
So 17, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion to include in this item to direct the county administrator to provide a $1,000 bonus to Pima County employees making $45,000 or less. The $1.3 million can be allocated from whatever fund deemed appropriate by staff.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Scott.
Chair Allen, just a point of clarification, would that include both full and part-time employees who make less than that amount?
Yes, with a few clarifications. So temporary workers, seasonal workers, interns, those are excluded.
Okay.
But a regular employee who is part-time, whose sort of whose hourly wage would be the equivalent of 45K or less would fall under the umbrella.
Thank you.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you. Administrator Lesher, are you in receipt by chance of the June 5th letter that AFSCME sent to the Board of Supervisors? It was a letter summarizing some of their concerns related to compensation.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Kano, I am aware of it. I do not have it with me, but yeah.
Okay. So, and I asked because I have not had a conversation with AFSCME as an entity about some of the requests that they have. And I have expressed to both the administrator and to our finance staff that I really feel like we just had a perfect train going in the same direction with the same kind of inquiries. Meaning that I support AFSCME's request for us to do our homework as an employer on how we can support some of these employees making, or not these employees, our employees making less than 45,000. It is both cost prohibitive and also absolutely against our own prosperity initiative to have people making less than $1,000 a paycheck and take home pay. So I am supportive of the short-term measure to get the bonus out, but I don't want us to assume that the board's support of that initiative is just kind of a one and done thing. This is clearly a conversation that we have to have about what it would take to get us to a minimum salary that is a quality of life issue for us as an entire jurisdiction, as one of the largest employers in the region. I have questions that I don't know why I have not received answers yet on, which is, are we really charging downtown employees to come to work and park their vehicle? It seems like that's a little twisted, and we heard that loud and clear in the employee feedback that people feel like they're paying to come to work. What are our options related to investing in people's HSA if they have one, right? I feel like there are issues that should not be a surprise to our county administration, and I feel like it's just kind of not received the priority that I hope to see in a few weeks when you come back with the solution for how this 1.3 will serve us in the short term. But I think what I'm hearing is that we want to figure out how we can support those. I mean, when we hear people talking about having a food pantry in our county departments for employees who don't make enough, that's an issue. When our take-home pay is not enough for people to afford their rent or their mortgage, if they're a single household earner, that's an issue. So I'm supportive of the effort, but I'm going to be very curious about how that'll come back to us, because we know what happens with some of these lower wage earners as well, is it's going to get taxed. However, it's going to be to a certain amount, and then you deal with a whole nother set of issues. But I want to say all of that to also recognize that this budget is providing a 3% increase across the board. We did 5 last year. So when we combine those, that's a total of 8% in 2 years. We have a classification and compensation study that's working. We are putting into the hands of our employees up to $10,000 a year through our employee reimbursement tuition program and our child care subsidy. That's $10,000 in the pockets of our employees. But there will be some people who won't qualify for either of those programs. And I bet you that if we were to do a deeper analysis from the one I already asked you to do a month ago, you're going to see that some of these folks making under 45,000 are probably 45 and above, childless, or their children are no longer, under their supervision. They didn't go to school. And so we're going to have some hard conversations about how to invest in our employees at all levels, but especially those in the lower tier. And I'm really excited about that conversation because it's long overdue. Thank you. And that's to say, we'll come back, hopefully in August, or
What's coming back?
how we're going to spend this 1.3.
That is not what I heard. I wanted to get clarity. My understanding of the motion is that you'd allocated $1,000 for each employee, which I believe to be about 950 who are full and part-time, who earn less, who are 45,000 or less, and that we are to simply fund that and provide those payments. What I heard that we said we could get it done by about the middle of August. So I didn't see a plan.
Happy to support that motion, but Administrator Lesher, what's your timeline for looking into some of the other conversations that we've had about compensation at 45,000 and under?
We can we can come back by the first. There's a study. I'm thinking through the study sessions, but the study session, the first meeting in August.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
And I hear your points and absolutely agree. I think this is not meant to be a sort of wiping of the hands and like, oh, we did our thing and sort of check it off and we have addressed the needs of lower wage workers in Pima County. I absolutely agree that there are other things that we need to be looking at, and particularly other things that we can be doing that are pre-tax.
Right.
If there are things we can be doing to raise the floor. I understand that there are issues around maintaining the class and comp and that structure and that process. And we need to figure out, like, that is true. And it is also true that we have employees who are being paid too little and are struggling to make ends meet. And it's going to take the creativity of many, I think, to figure out ways to, as the county, embrace the Prosperity Initiative thoroughly in terms of our own workforce and to really drive forward as being an employer of choice, meaning that we're not leaving low-wage workers in-house behind. So I support your concerns, share them, and hear them.
And Chair Allen, just to make sure that we, on the record, paint a picture for those watching of what it would take to get to a $45,000 minimum. The answer is already in the material you've provided. $4.5 million. We are a nearly $2 billion jurisdiction. I hope that next year we'll have a conversation about how to close that gap with the additional 3 needed to get us to that.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment? Amendment? Sounds weird. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
The amendment passes 4-1. Now we don't have to do a roll call for an amendment on that. Right, okay. Now we're going back to the full approval of the final budget. As amended. Number 17, regular agenda. Any, seconded by Supervisor. Any further comments? Then we'll go to a roll call.
Supervisor Cano.
Aye.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Allen.
Yes. Motion passes 4-1. Final hearing, agenda item number 18. This is adopting the debt service final budget. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, I move to close the public hearing and adopt the debt service final budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $98,766,269 at an effective tax rate of 0.0875.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Cano.
Aye.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Allen.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I wondered if you and my colleagues would consider bundling some of the items that might not be too controversial. And with that in mind, I was going to move items 19, 20, 21, 22, 29, 30, 32, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and also addendum items 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
9, 11, 13, and 14?
12, 13, and 14.
12, 13, and
Second.
14.
Chair,
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I would support those except for 19, and I would ask that 19 and 38 be considered at the same time.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll amend my motion, if it's okay with Supervisor Hines, who seconded, to remove items 19 and 38.
So if we could have that list again?
Yes, sir. It would be 20, 21, 22, 29, 30, 32, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, and then on the addendum, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
9, 11, 12, 13, 14.
And actually just take.
But that does not include the consent.
No, I left that off.
Chair Scott, in your first motion, you included number 38 on the regular agenda. Are you not including it in your amended?
I'm not including it at the request of Supervisor Christie.
Okay.
I took both 19 and 38 off.
37, I meant.
37 is in.
So you are including it in your amended motion?
Yes, the only ones I took out were 19 and 38.
All right. 1938. Okay. So we have a second. Discussion. I do have one comment on addendum item 13, which is the Planning and Zoning Commission appointment of Stephen Eddy, which just for me, I just wanted to flag that I think one of the things that we want to look at in future conversations is around the clarifying recusal. When one is on the Planning and Zoning Committee, Mr. Eddy works for TEP, of which there are many items that come before Planning and Zoning. And right now, my understanding is that recusal is on an individual basis, like an individual deems that themselves, it's self-initiated. So I want to discuss that and figure out if there's ways that we can clarify it. So it's just a comment that I think it's something that we need to look at moving forward. I'm not opposing the appointment because I have heard he's a fantastic when he was on the Board of Adjustments, I heard he was a fantastic member on that board. So any other comments? Then I will note that in the approval of items, correct me if I say this incorrectly, for 20 and 21, for 20, we are sitting as the Flood Control District Board. Item 21, we are sitting as the library, and 22, we are sitting as the Library District Board. That said, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Items pass 5-0.
Chair Allen,
Yes.
following up on Supervisor Christie's request, I would move items 19 and 38.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion?
This item is concerning because we, as the Pima County, sit on a board of the Forest Service and the state land people in a kind of a three-way board that determines the closing, or excuse me, the restrictions and direct declarations of the various stages of fire emergency. This has been an ongoing project and collaboration for many, many years. The three entities have great working relationships. They are basically the boots on the ground in the fire areas. And this item, number 19, is basically telling the other two entities, we're not going to go along with you, we're not going to deal with you, we're going to make our own rules, and we're giving it to the county administrator to make those decisions. Not that I have any issues with that, but it does seem and against the whole grain of the process. So as an example, today this board met this afternoon, and they determined that they're going to remain as that we're going to remain in a stage 1 fire condition, fire emergency of stage 1. Yet this one is calling for us to go into stage 2. So you keep shaking your head. Am I not interpreting this properly?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, the intent is to absolutely mirror and to continue to cooperate with that group, with the group. What this is saying is that sometimes it has been difficult for us to respond as quickly as we can to be a partner in the group because of the need to have the board meet, convene, and move to a stage 2. What this is indicating is that you are authorizing me to allow us to join with those groups if there's been the recommendation of the Southeast Zone Board to move to a stage 2. So we would not automatically move into a stage 2. We would move into a stage 2. You are authorizing me to allow us to move to a stage 2 if that's the recommendation of that board. It does not automatically do so. Our concern with this is simply that we were not able to always be timely in our response to be a partner with that group. But our intent is not to challenge that authority in any way or to get out of lockstep. And if we've not been clear with that, my apologies, but it's simply that we want to move with the recommendations of the Southeast Zone Board.
But when, Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, when does this board meet normally? Every other week, basically? Every 2 weeks?
This board?
No, the fire board.
I'm going to look to the back. I believe as needed, is it not? Do they not meet when they can convene very quickly without
every Tuesday, I think they meet.
They meet quite regularly.
So,
and we don't always to be able to catch up with that agenda.
If they
Mr.
meet
Cashmore?
weekly,
Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, I believe the concern is the issue is not how quickly the Southeast Zone Board meets. It's our ability as a Board of Supervisors to get us together and not have to declare emergency meeting to get the board together to vote to support the recommendation of said board. And I apologize as well for the language being confusing.
So are you still of the mind that we need to go to stage 2?
No, sir. And I believe what all we're indicating here is that this allows the authority for the group that meets regularly. We could go to stage 2 if it is a recommendation of that board by my delegation of authority, so that we can respond more quickly to the recommendations of the board without having to come back to the Board of Supervisors.
Well, the confusing thing is it says in the item, imposing stage 2 fire restrictions. So what I'm asking is, if the 3-member board that we are part of is not, as of today, if its latest meeting is not suggesting that we go to stage 2, why is Pima County?
Because if the language is not clear, then that is our apology. What we're indicating is that it's a proposed resolution allowing us to go to stage 2. If that is the recommendation of the Southeast Zone Board, and that this allows us to, rather than coming to you every time and asking to move to stage 2 and having this not necessarily be timely, this says you authorize us the ability to go to stage 2 if that is the recommendation of the Southeast Zone Board, and I could then approve it on behalf of this body.
Okay, but that's not what the item says, and that's what's so confusing. So I'm asking, is there a possibility we could continue this to the next meeting and give you time to clarify the purpose of this?
Absolutely.
I mean, I will note that it is very clear in the BOSER.
Right.
In the background documents, I mean, I think more could have been written in the phrase for the agenda item, but the background documents corresponding with this are very clear, noting that this is significant modifications, proposed delegation of authority to the county administrator to implement, modify, or rescind stage 2 fire restrictions upon receipt of a recommendation from the Southeast Zone Board.
Right.
That is the real crux of this item, is giving that authority so that there is greater agility as needed.
And going to that very BOSER, it says the Southeast Zone Board, an interagency advisory body comprised of federal and state fire and land management agencies, monitors fire danger conditions throughout southeastern Arizona and provides recommendations regarding the implementation and rescission of fire restrictions. So
Correct.
That's already in place, but what the item said is you're asking the board to go to a stage 2 fire danger now.
That's not, no.
No,
no,
Chair,
no.
Chair
I'm
Allen,
looking at item
can I
5.
reframe the conversation a bit? County Administrator Lesher, the proposal that is in front of this board right now would allow us to respond in a more timely manner with you as our designee in the times of fire emergencies, where you normally need to, for the entire county to follow suit of this board, would have to wait until our next Board of Supervisors meeting. Say a fire starts on a Thursday or a Friday, or warnings based on predictions related to the weather, this county would not be able to join those advisories until this board acted at a meeting. This is now allowing you to act as our designee. Would you be consulting the board when you make these decisions on our behalf with this proposed authority? And
Sure.
do you believe it'd make us safer?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Khan, would be happy to inform the board. And again, I think to summarize what you're just saying, I was looking at item 5 on the resolution, is that the board is determined that delegating the authority to the county administrator to implement or rescind stage 2 fire restrictions upon receipt of an appropriate recommendation from the Southeast Zone Board is necessary to ensure the timely implementation of such measures. So that's all we're looking to do, is to say we can move more quickly if we need to get in alignment with the Zone Board recommendations.
Happy to vote for this now.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain?
Item passes with 4 ayes, 1 abstention. And I will note, the motion should have been the adoption. Sitting as item, it feels later than it really is. We were just sitting as the Flood Control District Board right there for item 19, and we adopted resolution number 2026-FC2 on a 4 in favor, 1 abstention. And then on item 38, we were sitting as we had returned sitting as the Board of Supervisors, and we moved to adopt resolution. We adopted resolution number 2026-34.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Point of order.
Please.
In that bundle,
Yes.
did we include approving on the regular agenda addendum 1, did we include items 3 and 4?
We did not.
Okay, thank you.
Nor did we touch item 5. So I'm going to start back up and just plow through regular agenda item and just work our way back in order now with all of the lingerers, which puts us at item number 27, which is approval of the consent calendar.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want one opportunity to explain something, but I would approve the consent.
Okay.
A motion to approve consent.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there is an item, I won't bother to go into the meat of the consent item, but we've received several inquiries and letters about fleet sales and why is not the county buying locally. As a member of that industry for a long time, it should be made clear that unless you are set up with a complete fleet department and have the ability to handle large volumes of fleet vehicles, it is not practical nor profitable for the run-of-the-mill dealer to engage in fleet sales. I appreciate the sentiment. I'm always in favor of buying locally, but that's why you see most of the fleets going through the big dealers up in Phoenix. It requires staffing, it requires facilities, it requires a dedicated fleet department, and most dealerships do not engage in that because the margins are not there, and it doesn't, unless you do it in huge volumes like the dealers up there, it does not make sense. So just so people have an understanding that, yeah, let's buy locally, but in some cases it doesn't make sense for that kind of activity in that industry. That's all I have to say.
Right. Very much appreciate that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent calendar passes 5-0. Now we're on to item number 28. This is an update on the county administrator hiring process. So since our last discussion, we reached out to, I believe it was 5 potential firms, search firms, review proposals, and are closing in on contracting with one of them. Information has been shared with the procurement department, and they're looking at how to move that forward. We were pleasantly surprised at the rates. I think almost all of the proposals came in the low 20s, 20,000s, 22, 23 area. Yeah. So I mean, we can expect in the low 20s. The recruiter will spend time with each board member. I think it was clear that the first step is to reach out to all of us and have some conversations around expectations, priorities, and just getting very clear of our assessment of needs and priorities. And then they would quickly review and potentially edit our brochure materials that we have put out so far, determine whether or not any edits might be warranted or not, and then sort of launch in to utilizing some of their recruitment techniques. We've reached out to the top scoring candidates to let them know that we very much hope that they remain interested, and that and explaining that because we have not hired for this role in 35 years, plus or minus, we felt the need to go the extra mile in the recruitment process. And most of them understood that and remained in the pool. And we also communicated with the committee, the search committee, and explained our decision and that this will obviously impact the timeline. We will be working, once we get the contractor on, we will work to refine that timeline and then share that timeline. But we need that entity to be working with us to define what that's going to look like. And that was just much thanks to HR Director Kathy Boland for all of her work, and of course the County Administrator.
Madam Chair,
Questions? Supervisor Christie.
how do you describe or characterize the timeline that was initially set versus where we're at now?
I don't actually know that I'm comfortable answering that without really kind of bringing on the recruiter. They are available to start as quickly as we can get the process finalized, and get the paperwork done. We can do it because of the low cost. We can do it as a sole source, so we can move quickly. But I would feel more comfortable, I think, having a conversation with them, mapping out a much more detailed timeline. I don't think we're looking at adding on another 6 months. I think I'm hoping it's more, I don't know, 2 months? I don't know. I sort of hate to even put numbers sort of out in the universe.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
But to follow up on Supervisor Christie's question, we still feel like even if the timeline is more condensed than what we originally envisioned, the person who we would ultimately designate as the next county administrator would still have a substantial block of time to work in partnership with Ms. Lesher to assure a smooth transition.
I'm going to say yes. Yes. Okay. And there was, even from that initial timeline, there was some cushion built in and some flexibility in there.
Thank you.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Connell.
Appreciate all of your leadership on this recruitment and the oversight of the citizen committee as well that we've established. I would just want to ensure that we, I guess what I'm trying to say is it would be helpful for our human resources director to be here when we're discussing these issues. And if she cannot be here, perhaps we do that with her or a designee in executive session prior whenever this item is on our agenda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. And we are going to move on if there are no further questions. Okay. We are now at item 33. This is unfinished business, potential litigation. I will move to, we have moved to support participation in the litigation.
Yes, Chair.
Second.
seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
To clarify, Chair, by support, you mean authorize.
Indeed, I did.
Okay.
Item 34. This is unfinished business from last meeting to release attorney-client privileged memorandum regarding notices of property correction. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Can I, Chair Allen, get clarity on, is this a table, a motion to release, or what are we talking about?
This was a motion to release attorney-client privilege on that memo. Discussion? Sorry, I'm smirking at the car horn.
Still going.
Sounds like mine.
Yeah, I'll check mine while we're at it. Well, then if there's no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right. Does not look like it's my car. Now we are at item 44. This is a contract to expand on or continue the Pima County Safer Center Sobering Facility. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
what happens when this one-time funding runs out? Are we institutionalizing something and with one-time monies and then putting it into effect and then the monies run out? I think it's important that before we do anything of this nature, we need to take a long-term, make it a long-term plan paid for, that should not be paid for by short-term settlement. And I'm also wondering, are we competing with other sobering solution organizations within the community?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, I'm going to ask Mr. Holmes to explain sort of the ROSAC process and what this is and how the one-time money can be used.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, this particular funding source has allowed for 3 years of funding for this program. So when we did the RFPs, each one of those were 3 years, which would give us some time to kind of see what kind of success and potentially look at other funding source down the road. This particular Safer Center is unique to any other of the sobering facilities in that it allows people to stay up to 4 days. And actually, we're able to stay a little bit longer. Currently, if you go to a sobering facility, if you're not in a residential treatment facility, you can only stay for 24 hours.
Well, thank you for that. I'm not questioning the effectiveness of the facility we're funding here. What I'm affecting is the funding source and its longevity. You say it's going to be able to be funded by this grant for 3 years?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, yes, sir, 3 years.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Holmes, what happens at the end of 3 years?
Just like I think a lot of our other programs, Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, I think we're, just like we did with ARPA dollars, I think we're going to have to really reconsider whether this is an investment we want to continue because it's making a difference in the population that we're trying to kind of reduce issues with. There are funding sources that we could look at in the future, such as Access and other kind of healthcare facilities. At this point, Supervisor Christie, I can't say that we have a game plan for that will look like. I think we want to be able to incubate this idea and then really look at funding sources. If we see success over the next probably another year, gives us about another 18 months to really kind of revisit that. I don't think we want to come to the board with anything that's going to really not be something that we feel we can invest in if that becomes
But Madam Chair, Mr. Holmes, there will be an acknowledgement that at the end of 3 years, there is a possibility that this program will not be continued if we don't find an adequate funding source.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you,
That's
Madam
correct.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
And Chair Allen, if I could, and Supervisor Christie and Mr. Holmes, and I believe the settlement dollars, the opioid settlement dollars, I believe we're anticipating dollars coming in for, is it 18 years? It's the cycle of the settlement agreements.
Chair Allen, County Administrator Lesher, that is correct. So we, over the course of 18 years, we're going to see potentially up to 90 million coming in. Whether the Rose Act, along with this board, chooses to kind of continue to fund programs like this, that's could be another funding option. The issue for us is we don't know when those dollars come in or if they'll come in consistently over that period of time.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Kenneth.
Administrator Lesher, I wanted to thank you for mentioning the totality, the duration of those funds, because that's the more important question, is for how long will our region be able to access these funds. And every program that the ROSAC considers is on a contractual annual basis. I think for what we're saying right now, and what I've appreciated about the SAFER example, is that you are scrubbing the data, you are looking at it to ensure adherence with our metrics. This is a pilot that has to work, and I am going to be paying close attention to the efficacy of these dollars and where they're going, what kind of impact they're having. And I am curious, I don't know if this is a question, Administrator Lesher, for Mr. Holmes or Mr. Kazmar, but there's also a critical public safety component to this with law enforcement, right? Can one of you speak to this, or the administrator?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Cano. So yes, this actually is a building that people can take, for particular law enforcement officials, can actually take people to as an alternative to going to jail. All right, so it's interwoven through our deployment work and collaboration with the city of Tucson. It is something that we are continuing to actually look at as a critical element to hopefully reduce people that are on the streets committing crimes and getting them the treatment they need. So it's interwoven to our whole enforcement mechanism, along with some of the voluntary options that we really want to make this a main part of.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes, and Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen. In my tour of the SAFER Center, I just wanted to say I don't know what the right word is, but I found it. I saw that it wasn't just folks who are reliant on the state's Medicaid system that were receiving treatments. They have a detailed board of everybody who's in the SAFER facility, and these are everyday folks who have access to private insurance as well that are getting access to this critically important, medically consistent services. And so these are this is running the gamut on the types of folks it is helping, and I'm grateful for all the work that Mr. Holmes is doing to ensure that the board's objectives are being met in this renewal.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Ms. Lesher, or whoever you may want to designate to answer this question if you prefer not to, there's been discussion by some of our partners about both the SAFER Center and Desert Cove, both of which are administered by Community Bridges, working in partnership. But the concerns that I have heard have been that Community Bridges really doesn't have a solid idea yet as to how that partnership would move forward. I just wondered, because I haven't heard anything about this in the last few weeks, where they are in terms of any kind of partnership between the SAFER Center and Desert Cove.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, the Rose Act Committee will be entertaining a proposal from the city along with CBI within the next few weeks. We had tentatively scheduled something for tomorrow. It looks like we're going to have to postpone. We're doing some open meeting training. So probably within the next 3 weeks, there will be a proposal that Rose Act will entertain specific to Desert Cove. There's a couple proposals that are being shared for consideration, but there are more details to what CBI is proposing for that particular location that we should get more information on with the ROSAC.
If I could follow up, Chair Allen, so can we assume from that CBI now has a sense of how to move forward with that partnership? I recognize that there was interest in that partnership in the city quite some time ago, but my understanding was that CBI was not yet ready to move forward with that partnership. Can I assume from what you just said that they now feel that they are?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, I think at probably some weeks back, we had no real clarity on what CBI was proposing. So it was less about CBI's ability to kind of put this together, but there wasn't a lot of visibility what that plan would be. So now there's a more detailed plan that's going to be shared with ROSAC. I think that was a concern of what really they're going to do at that particular location. So we feel like there is more details that would give the ROSAC now some opportunity to really seriously consider it as a viable option within this use of these dollars.
And you mentioned that there's going to be a preliminary conversation before the presentation to the ROSAC, but that had to be postponed.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, let me clarify. The actual proposal to the ROSAC with a vote is actually going to happen simultaneously. Okay. So just to make sure I'm clear, I apologize, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, there won't be a series of two conversations. There'll be one conversation with the ROSAC that details the proposal from CBI and the City of Tucson for consideration for funding.
And when will that be again?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, they're trying to schedule that now. We're looking probably sometime in the beginning of July.
Okay, all right. And whatever the ROSAC determines, that would come before this board for consideration. So we would have the same information to consider that is presented to them, correct?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, that is correct. You'll be given the details that would if the ROSAC votes to move this forward to the board, then you would get those details here at the board for approval.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Allen.
And then I also have a couple questions. So the report conducted by U of A, I think RISE is the acronym for the evaluators, outlined a series of key recommendations, and in fact noted that it's in for many of them, right, some of those gaps that were identified preclude drawing some conclusions, right, around the effectiveness of the operation to a certain extent. So I guess my question is what's the ongoing follow-up from those recommendations, and who is tasked with monitoring that?
Chair Allen, CBI has made some significant progress in many of those areas of concern. The data is still something that we have to analyze. Let me give you a perfect example. The staffing was an issue as part of that report. They are, if not fully staffed, really close to being fully staffed, which was part of the issue associated with the deliverables that were part of the contract. That's one. Two, the data collection part of it still lacks some depth in terms of where people were going and where they were actually where they were leaving to after they were being discharged from SAFER. As you know, part of the process here is to have good warm handoffs to actually other agencies. And so we had a lot of data that showed that people kind of just left to family or other support, which didn't tell us that we're part of a continuum. We're seeing a lot better data that CBI is actually making more handoffs to actually other agencies and referring agencies. So they're getting into continuation of their treatment of that as well. So those 2 points were really hard to decipher. One because of staffing, one because the data wasn't as robust. We believe part of this extension that we're bringing forward is to really give us more time to actually look at the data, right? So independent of the structures that need to be in place to make sure that they're running a good program, we still need better data to give an analysis to this board and to the ROSAC to make a determination whether this is working or not. And so I can't tell you right now that we have that data to give any hint of what that's looking like, but there's promise in what we've seen from CBI and their ability to deliver on some of those issues that were brought forth in their original report.
And then is the U of A continuing to do evaluation? So we got the 3-month January, February, March data and evaluation. Is that an ongoing relationship? Are we going to get future reports?
Chair Allen, that is a continued relationship. That's an expectation of the funding for this program, is that we have an external evaluator that continues to evaluate the program on a go forward.
And then in the U of A's evaluation report, it showed that maybe the end of March, right, is when the report went through. It showed that there was still 1.68 million remaining of the 1.8 million that had been awarded. So, it does beg the question of why 2.2 million now when there was 1.6 remaining back in March. Has that been expended, or what's the timing issue with this contract? And
Yeah, Chair Allen, that's a great question. The way the original contract was worded, it had a contract amount for 1.8 million. They've expended probably to date roughly about 600,000 of that. The reason why you see the 2.2 is this contract is continued into the full year. So in case we anticipate them going through that 1.8, we don't have to come back for the other 2.2. The 2.2 has been already allocated, so that's why you see it kind of here. I'm not doing a great job explaining that, but because they may expend those funds before this contract year is over, we wanted to represent the 2.2 that's allocated for the following year that's already encumbered by ROSAC in this contract as well, so that the board actually knows that there's funding to continue this program if we see that there's some success in it.
I think. Oh, and last question: is this still continued under the $2.2 million contract? Is SAFER still considered a pilot?
It's a great, Chair Allen. I would still consider it a pilot. I still think we don't know what we don't know yet. We do have a lot of hope and promise on what it could deliver. But until we have a lot of things fully operationalized and we have a good data set, I still think we may have to iterate, right, as we move forward. And for me, it's not baked yet into something that I can say is a functional model until we can see some of that data. So I would still consider it a pilot, even though we're extending that probably for another 6 months.
All right, that's all I got. Any further questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we are moving on to the addendum. We've got item number 3. I know it makes very little difference at this point, but let's go to item number 4 because Director Simon's been sitting there so long. I'm so sorry. So we'll just, we'll spare you one discussion. Item number 4, this is the Pima County Regional Middle Mile Project. I will move to approve the item.
Second, but I have questions.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Hines, and discussion.
So if Chair Allen and staff, if you could just explain to us sort of what happened with this, that would be great.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, I'll go ahead and take an initial high-level shot at it, and then Director Simon can go ahead and add in. So as was indicated in the county administrator's memo on this particular item, we had gone through a procurement. We had selected a design build team. We had entered into negotiations with them for several guaranteed maximum price packages. Those are GMPs, GMP1 and GMP2 were executed with that design build team. We were in negotiation with that team on GMP3 dating back to March of this year. Over the past 3 months, after multiple attempts to try and reach agreement, it was determined that we would not be able to execute that GMP3. And so the county gave notice of termination of the agreement with that design build team, and are asking under this item to give authorization to the procurement director to go ahead and enter into contracts necessary to complete design and construction of the middle mile project under a competition impractical approach. It's not a new competitive recruitment, but it is going forward and identifying a design contractor, design consultant, and a construction contractor that can complete the project on budget or within budget and within the time frame that's assigned to the project.
Chair, if I may, so the reason that the termination occurred was mostly budget related then?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, so the contract has a provision in there that enables the county to terminate for convenience. And the issue for the county is the time frame in which we have to deliver this project and utilize the funds that have been allocated to it. Over the time period of about the last 30 days, the team here at Pima County interacted with the principal of the design build team, and there were a variety of issues that we discussed with them and were working to resolve. So part of it was cost basis, part of it was a change by the design build team in the originally selected construction contractor. There were issues associated with the application of overhead and general condition costs associated with the contract agreement that we were attempting to negotiate. So there were a variety of specific issues that were being discussed with the design build team as part of that GMP3 negotiation, which we were unable to come to agreement on, that led to then the county terminating the agreement with them for convenience.
And I have like 2 more questions. So for the stuff like the fiber and the like physical things that had already been purchased by the previous contractor using these dollars, those things are ours. Who has them, and how do we get them to the next contract? I'm just curious how this is going to work. How will that dance work?
So, Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, any of the materials, the items that were purchased by the design build team that utilized county funds, county project funds, those items should come to Pima County. Where exactly they are, they may be in the possession of the design build team. They could be in the possession of the supplier. We're working to identify that, but generally and basically any items that were purchased with funds from the project should be then applied to the project.
Okay. And then just lastly, you're confident that this won't jeopardize like project completion timeline, or I think federal dollars or things like that could go away if we don't do things in a certain time frame. This is gonna, those all, we'll be able to check all those boxes and get everything done on time.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, that is the intent of the county, to fulfill all of its obligations, both from a timing standpoint and a funding standpoint. So the team has been working tirelessly, not only with the previous design build team, but also to come up with the approach that would enable us to meet all of our obligations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions? No? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Motion passes 4-1. Oh, anything you wanted to add, Director Simon? You have.
I think, Chair Allen, that Mr. DeBonis did a fantastic job, and I appreciate his commentary.
Can we offer
Thank
you a
you.
beverage or?
It's all good. It's all part of the job.
Okay.
Well, thank you. All right, we are going to go back now to item number 3, addendum item number 3. This is the short-term crisis and emergency resources grants, new round. I will.
Oh, that's me.
That is you.
Sorry. So this in discussions with the county staff, county administrator, and listening to, I mean, we all heard what we heard in the study session, the 49% decrease in people just on SNAP, the 15% decrease of the SNAP benefit from $331 down to whatever, $287 for those who remain eligible, and just the need for all sorts of different things across the county. You know, this is not going to fix it, but I think since we did this a year ago, we've done this a couple times, 2 other rounds. I think really successfully with outside agency citizen review committee, and I think I'm anticipating a lot of need. We do have the 9.9 million ending fund balance, and then whatever we've now whittled away the contingency a little bit, but the 10 or 11 million of contingency minus 1.4 million maybe. But it just seems to me like we should probably anticipate the need for another round of the short-term crisis and emergency resources grants. And I would love to see us do that and fund it to $1 million. And whenever, I think August is what we're thinking is for the application period, using the either the next year's contingency or the ending fund balance or whatever sources that the county administrator thinks would be the most appropriate. I think this is a good way to help out in advance.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Kano.
I want to thank my colleague from District 2 for bringing this forward. I believe the last 2 grant rounds that we have made as a county and in partnership with our outside agency committee have been absolutely essential. Tonight, I am unable to support a 3rd round until we have additional conversations about how this has been supported by, excuse me, you could tell it's 9:20. I want to see what the results of the last 2 rounds have been, and I also believe that it's important we have the conversation about employee compensation first. I want if we're going to tap into the contingency or the fund balance, I want to make sure that we have that conversation at a later time.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I wanted to ask 2 questions. First one is, how was it determined in a conversation between District 2 staff and county administration that to come up with this figure, 10% of the currently forecast available unrestricted general fund ending balance? I mean, how was that figure determined? That'd be my first question. The second question is, this is round 3, and we absolutely have done a great deal to address need and want in this community. We have responded to the capacity that we're able to decisions that have been made at the federal and state level that have affected our constituents, and I'm proud that we've done that. But my second question is, this is round 3. Realistically, is this the final time that we can do this, or has there been some discussion with finance and your office, Ms. Lesher, as to how many more times we can offer these grants? So those would be my 2 questions.
Chair and Supervisor Scott. So this is simply it's 10%. Like, this is basically is what we did for the other 2. It was 10% of it was like 850,000. I think it was twice. So it was 10% at those times of the anticipated kind of ending fund balance. So that it's just kind of rinse and repeating, kind of something that this board has already done a couple of the times, so that there's no real magic to the number. Just 10% of 9.9 million. That was that.
And in terms of all of the different anticipated and unanticipated challenges that we might confront in the coming fiscal year, finance feels comfortable with this figure?
I can't speak for the administrator. She can do that for herself. But I had initially proposed quite a bit more than this. So in discussion, it's sort of a thing I do. So in discussions with the county administration, she suggested this would be a more reasonable approach, and I will let her speak to
Well,
that.
and to be fair, Ms. Lesher mentioned from this dais in one of our previous meetings that she and her team thought we could do another round, and I remember that very clearly. I just wanted to know how we came up with the figure for this round, recognizing that it's similar to what we did with rounds 1 and 2, and realistically, how many more times can we do this? Because these groups in the community are I'm sure grateful for whatever the county is able to do, but I also don't want them to think that this is something we're going to be doing ad infinitum.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, I think if you're, I think it's the last round. I would recommend that. And that again, I think you've heard that there's other questions that we're still looking at what we would do with the fund balance as it goes into next year, and what that fund balance has to be maintained through the year. How much of the contingency we have. We have a slightly larger contingency this year than we had for the last fiscal year, but I think that is critical for this board to be able to have the flexibility to see what are those unforeseen events that might occur. We've been talking about what's happening at the federal level, what's happening at the state level. We don't know what all that is yet. And so I think when we looked at the last year's rounds of the short-term emergency funds, they were in December and then in April. So we really got to them at about halfway through the fiscal year. So I think if we looked at this as the third round, if you will, for the current fiscal year, because while we're dedicating dollars that would be spent in the next fiscal year, we're really looking at fund balance that would flip forward. I would then recommend, I think, that the board wait a good 6 months and get halfway through the next fiscal year till we get a sense of what the lay of the land is and how the dollars are coming in before you consider another round.
I appreciate that, Ms. Lesher, and wonder if the topic of what we might be able to do to address the needs that these grants address could be a topic of discussion at our first budget retreat.
Do that. Thank you.
I also have a question, and I contemplated presenting this as a friendly amendment. I have heard that the process of reviewing the grants, while we have streamlined the application process and made that fairly, an easy lift for the organizations, the lift of reviewing them and going through all of them is a lot, not only for staff, but then also the outside agency review committee. Our appointee is, it is a lot of work. And so I was thinking about an amendment that could add in some flexibility, so that instead of being an all new sort of grant round, that we could instead direct the administrator to look at any other upcoming processes in which the committee might be convening, look at simply upping the grants that organizations received last time. Something that could be less staff intensive, but still accomplish the goal of moving some funds out to organizations that are providing those critical emergency supports at a time where families are struggling and those organizations are struggling to meet the need. So something along those lines that builds off existing processes so that we're really minimizing the staff time.
And if I may, Chair Allen, to that, one of the things, if you recall, the outside agency committee used to simply make recommendations regarding those outside agencies that came through community workforce development and those budgets. Up until a few years ago, all of the grants given out through attractions and tourism was simply given out as a staff function. So we expanded both the community workforce grants and attractions and tourism to be a 2-year grant with attractions and with the advisory committee meeting every year, so that they were recommending some group of budget of funds every year. We've recently been talking with the various groups about whether or not we should split that and have 2 very separate and distinct committees, because it's a slightly different skill set in looking at some of the community workforce as opposed to our arts and the attractions and tourism. But I think it would also alleviate the pressure on those volunteer boards to review all of the, as you point out, many applications. So.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate your comments because they're aligned with what was one of the key requirements of applying for the first round of grants, which is that you had to have an existing relationship with the county. In other words, we had to already know your track record, for lack of a better phrase. So I see your suggestion as not only being perhaps a relief on the burden for staff and the committee, but also consistent with how we've done the first 2 rounds.
And Chair Allen, I'm not certain what input my colleague from District 2 has, but I think we also have to be very intentional about what the original 1.0, we're now on 3.0, was about, and that was responding to devastating federal cuts. I'm worried that it's a little too early, especially with the one big horrible bill going into effect come officially after the November deadline, right? I think we can still make a commitment to looking at a 3rd round, but I worry that this time frame, and I also support Supervisor Allen's desire of looking at what measures we can take to be good partners at an increased level of our existing grant pool, because I think that's in philanthropy what we really need to be discussing at this point. What they need to be discussing with us is we see trends already. We see declining enrollments. We see declining coverage, and I just, with this October timeframe, August actually. I'm just worried that we might be talking about a 4.0, in which I don't oppose, in December, January, when we start to see the true effect. So, I mean, are you open to continuing this until the first meeting in September to see where things are, and if we can allow Supervisor Allen's discussions with the outside agency volunteer committee to figure out if there's ways to look at supplementing existing grantees?
So, in part, Chair and Supervisor Kano, in part, this is in response to a lot of organizations reaching out to my office, but also absolutely peppering Administrator Lesher's office with like requests, like starting not even like days, but weeks and weeks ago. So I don't know that delaying is going, we're going to see more of these horrible, awful things come into being. And I don't think a delay makes me a little nervous. I mean, we did the calculation, right? Just the SNAP benefit going away is $178 million annualized for this county alone. So the 1 million split up in little tiny pieces, it's going to help a tiny bit here and there. We can't do a heck of a lot more, but delay makes me a little bit hesitant, but I will listen to, of course, my colleagues.
I'm wondering, and I'm fuzzy because of the hour, but also because this was a discussion we had in our last long study session, where the Director Cullen presented the sort of SNAP an access response plan. And I guess I don't have anything very specific here, but I'm just wondering if there are some sort of dovetailing of advancing that plan. Although I will note, Dr. Cullen had said that there was no additional, and I'm not suggesting that we're just moving money over to an internal department, but if there is some collaboration, if there's some tie-in, right? Because that plan is very specific in looking at how we as the county can help fill some of the gaps from folks who are losing access to SNAP benefits, or trying to help people meet the eligibility requirements. And then similarly with access. And so I guess I'm just wondering if, like, thinking about how we do affordable housing gap funding, is there an idea for kind of gap funding within what we are doing as the county around SNAP and access, and how this funding can actually complement that with organizations that are also dealing with loss of SNAP and access funding, which will take a little bit more look, a little more time, and it ties into something else that we are doing. I don't know. It's just I'm just sort of random ponders at 9:30 at night.
Honestly, I think we should just give $1 million to the community food bank because they can buy so much more with $1 than we can at the store, right? But yeah. But yeah, if there's no desire, we can just, I'll pull the item, we can continue it, or.
Yeah, why don't we I would be fine with continuing, so we just have a little bit more, just for my own edification, I would be interested in looking at our SNAP and access eligibility plan, and sort of looking at, I think as Supervisor Cano said, sort of what impact we have had with the last two, what we can learn for improvement for the next and what might be final round, and then come back.
Well, and to meld together Supervisor Cano's comments and something that Administrator Lesher said in response to a question from me, she said that she thought this should be the final round, and if the board would consider anything similar, it wouldn't be for another 6 months or so. That would be around the same time frame as when we might be seeing some of the delayed ramifications of HR1, which was purposely delayed until after the midterms, as we know. I would be comfortable with that as well. I think it, and I also like the idea of assessing the impact of what happened in the first two rounds, because that's not something that we've talked about. That's not something that we've requested until Supervisor Cano brought it up during his initial comments, and I think that there would be value in knowing just exactly the impact of those first two rounds.
Madam Chair, you'll have to excuse me. I just got notification. I got a problem at my house.
Oh,
so
okay.
I got to take. Is the idea to continue this?
Yes.
And that should pretty well cover up.
There's one other item, and it's one that we discussed in exec, and the motion will reflect that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Forgive me. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope everything is okay. Okay, so
So
where are we at?
Is this a continuation to the next meeting for 1 month for specific request from administration to come back with us with information before we vote? That's kind of what I heard, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm comfortable, Supervisor Hines, with the last meeting in September, just kind of quarterly.
That we don't talk about this until September?
Yes.
Oh.
Continue to September, what's the date? September 22nd.
I think we could continue the item until then, but the information that you were referring to, Supervisor Cano, with regard to the impact of the first two rounds, we could get that before then, I would hope.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, for the second round was in April. So I'm not sure, it will be before September, but I don't know date of when we can get to all those agencies. We can get you some reports.
Understood.
And updates. Thank you.
Understood.
All right.
We're confusing Melissa.
So then I will move that this item be continued to the second meeting in September, and that in the meantime, when available, that the county administrator and or designated staff member compile a summary of the impact that occurred following the previous 2 rounds of similar grant funding. And I will need a second.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Scott. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Moving on to our last item. Item number 5. I will move to authorize the county attorney's office to take additional legal action related to the Stone v. Pima County litigation as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item passes 4-0. And that is the end of our meeting. And congratulations on approving our $1.8 billion budget.
Thank you.
Had a kind of an earnest student. Yes, that's going to be my guess. Jimmer, you saw Hunter. Yeah. Yeah, he was good.